Next is State of Florida versus Benjamin Brown. Mr. O'Mara, you and your client can come forward to council table.
Yes, good morning, and nice to meet you in person.
Nice to meet you in person, sir.
Is there a chance of bringing up another chair so that my paralegal could join at the table?
Not a problem, sir. There's one right there. We're here today for the Daubert motion to preclude expert testimony of Deanna Oleske. Often in evidentiary hearings, one of the two sides requests to invoke the rule of witness sequestration. In this case, I imagine we're going to be having at least one, perhaps two proposed experts, and experts generally are an exception to that rule. They can observe each other's testimony. So does either side believe the rule of witness sequestration needs to be and can be invoked in this proceeding? Mr. Alden?
I believe it potentially could be, but I'm not requesting it.
Okay. Mr. Romero?
Correct, I think it makes sense. We do have one expert who's going to testify, and I think it's going to be beneficial for him to be in the courtroom for Dr. Oleske's testimony.
Okay, so you're not seeking to invoke the rule either?
Correct.
Okay.
And I do not apologize for the fact that my tie might be in my car, might be on the plane going up here, but it's not around my neck, and I apologize.
That's all right, sir. Thank you. All right, so this is a motion filed by the defense on May 6, 2026. My understanding, though, is that the proponent of the witness has the burden, and so, Mr. Alderman, would it make sense for the state to call a witness first?
Yeah, and I believe in discussing it with Mr. Amar, I believe he was going to call Dr. Oleske first.
Okay.
I mean, I'm fine either way.
If
Either
that's,
way.
that's the way the parties want to do it, that's fine with me.
Great. Then I would first, you've read the motion, Your Honor, and the basis for it is basically that we don't believe that Dr. Oleske, in making a determination that cause of death was lidocaine toxicity, that's used any proper methodology or taken that methodology and properly applied to the facts of the case. I don't want to belabor it. This is going to be my closing, I presume, so I think we're just ready to go forward with the testimony if the state is ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
All right. Mr. Romero, you may call your first witness.
Dr. Oleske.
I believe she's sitting inside all.
I might approach the clerk, Your Honor, to get this marked by stipulation. We're going to read evidence, the post-mortem examination or autopsy, because we're talking about that.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor. We thought it would be helpful for you to view that as Dr. Oleske is testifying.
Yes, sir. And this is admitted as Defense Exhibit 1 without objection. Will you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat. Mr. Amaro, you may inquire.
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor. How are you?
Good morning.
State your name, if you would.
Sure. My name is Dr. Deanna Oleske, Deanna Oleske.
And your occupation.
I am the Chief Medical Examiner for Florida's 1st Judicial District.
And you know why we're here today on what is generally known as a Daubert motion regarding your qualifications to give an opinion in a certain area. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And I do see that you brought what seems to be a volume of records with you. Can you just identify and describe what that is?
I have the case file for Ms. Hillary Brown, as well as the various literature that I had read associated with Hillary Brown.
Okay. If you would, if you do need an opportunity to review any of those documents, please just let us know.
Of course.
At that point, we're going to have you identify those documents so that we know what it is you're looking at.
Yes, sir.
Great. Very briefly, tell me what your first interaction with this matter was.
I performed the postmortem examination on December 1, 2023, and I'm looking at the autopsy report.
Is that identified as a postmortem examination that we just now, just so you know, put into evidence already before you came to the courtroom?
Great. Yes, that's what I have in front of me. 6 pages.
Great. I do want to focus to start with on what is identified, page 2 of 6, as the final diagnoses and findings. Do you have that in front of you?
Let me get it. Yes, sir.
Great. I note in subparagraph 1, complications following lidocaine toxicity. Is that identified in some hierarchy as far as causes or concerns?
Are you asking why is that Roman numeral number 1?
Yes.
So when I do my final diagnoses and findings, I typically have it in a hierarchical manner. I agree that line 1 is usually the cause of death.
Okay. So I want to go through it very briefly under these subcategories. You suggested the several cosmetic procedures performed freestanding outpatient clinic, correct?
Yes,
And those surgeries were identified in as 5 different subcategories, correct?
correct.
You don't believe that any of those individuals had any relation to the cause of death, other than the fact that lidocaine was used as a tool or a compound to assist in the surgeries, correct?
Can you ask that
Sure.
again?
Did the lower abdominal scar revision, did that in of itself have any cause or interaction that led to a cause of death?
No,
Okay, same with 2, 3, 4, and 5, correct?
correct.
Okay, so if I were to just cross all of those out, it would not affect the true reason for your diagnosis of lidocaine toxicity, correct?
Individually, correct.
Right. What we're really talking about is the lidocaine that was used to accomplish these procedures, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Same thing with B. So received both the Versed and Valium. Any connection to your final diagnosis of cause of death?
No,
Okay. So if we were to cross those out, it really wouldn't affect much as far as your diagnosis, correct?
correct.
Did you make any determination as you were getting to your final diagnosis whether or not the Versed and the Valium would have any effect on the metabolism of the lidocaine?
I do not believe it had an effect on the metabolism of lidocaine.
Did you look into that issue and determine whether or not it did or did not?
I have done some research on toxicology and the different ways that drugs are metabolized in the body. And as far as I'm aware, there is no interaction between lidocaine, midazolam, and diazepam.
So you did not look into the issue of whether or not the Versed and Valium would have any type of deleterious effect on the metabolism, or you did?
I did.
And what was the result of that research?
The result of that was that there is no interaction between lidocaine and these 2 benzodiazepines, the midazolam and the diazepam.
So is it now your testimony that those benzos don't have any effect on any delay, or for that matter, increase in general metabolism in the body?
I don't believe so.
And your research came from where?
There is a book that is out of print called The Toxicological Disposition of Drugs in Man by Dr. Basselt. It was the 12th edition.
Yes, we referenced that in your deposition, but did you review that specific to the Valium and the Versate to determine whether or not that would affect metabolism?
There is no effect between the benzos and the lidocaine. It's protective. It helps if you have if you're going to have some seizures. In the fact that it raises the seizure threshold, but not in terms of direct metabolism.
Okay, so Versate or any other benzos do not slow down metabolism at all, in your opinion?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Tumescent fluid with 1,000 milligrams of lidocaine for liposuction in the arms and or abdominal scar. First of all, where'd you get this information from, just so we have the source of it?
I believe that I got that particular piece of information from Dr. Brown's medical records, the operative note.
Oh, and by that, we're talking about that was part of all of the medical records that you reviewed in coming up with this diagnosis, or cause of death?
Correct. I also reviewed what had come out of Dr. Brown's office.
Okay. And those are his clinical notes that identify the amount of lidocaine and the dilution of it. So that was all in his clinical notes and medical records, correct?
I believe so.
And that's where you got the information of the 1,000 milligrams of lidocaine for the liposuction of the arms and abdominal scar, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Curiously, in then D, you say additional undiluted xylocaine injected into the arms prior to the end of the liposuction. Where did you get that information from, that it was, quote, undiluted, end quote?
I received that information as part of law enforcement's investigation in their interview with witnesses.
Did you get any of that from any medical record?
I did not.
Did you actually get, did you review the medical records to suggest that the opposite was true? That there was no undiluted lidocaine used or administered? You did review the medical records in their entirety, correct?
I did, yes.
And you did include in that review his clinical notes, correct?
Correct.
And those clinical notes also stated that when he decided to use more of the tumescent solution of xylocaine and saline and epinephrine, that he did so by mixing up a different or new batch, correct?
That I don't know. I just know that there was one bag that was listed, from my recollection of the medical records, from Dr. Brown's office.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I apologize. Go ahead.
I intended to do that, and I'm going to apologize.
Yeah, I lost my thought. I apologize. Go ahead.
That's good. Is it your testimony here today that there were no notes in his clinical notes that you reviewed as part of the medical records? That there was an additional amount of tumescent solution created by the doctor in the surgical field that he used to continue his surgical procedures?
I don't recall that exact piece of information.
So the sub D, additional undiluted xylocaine, you mentioned that you sourced that not from the medical records, correct?
Correct.
But from law enforcement.
Yes.
What did you source that from? What specific in law enforcement gave you the insight that you now made as a cause of death determination based upon undiluted xylocaine?
This was from the interviews of the witnesses that were at the clinic. I believe there was 3.
Okay. And did that include, for example, one witness who had been working for them for 4 days who said she thought that he drew up pure lidocaine and injected it?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Sure. Did that come from a person who had been working for the doctor for 4 days and had said that thought she saw him draw up a syringe of pure lidocaine and inject it?
From what I saw, I don't know anything about who worked for who for however many days. However, I do believe that the witness statements were pretty consistent of drawing up a fluid that was poured into a bowl.
into a bowl with saline solution, or do you remember that?
I never recalled any of them saying it was with saline solution.
So, part of your determination of cause of death was that you believe that there was undiluted xylocaine injected into the patient, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you get that from some witness statements through law enforcement that you believe suggested that Dr. Brown brought up or drew up some lidocaine that may not have been diluted, correct?
What was the question?
That's where you got it from 3 or 4 witnesses that you think said something about undiluted lidocaine being drawn up. That's what you use as your basis for your finding, correct or not?
That is one basis, yes.
Well, it's just on D.
Yeah.
I'm going to get through all of them, and we're going to talk a little bit more about it. But as to D, you made a finding that there was undiluted xylocaine, correct?
Correct.
And that came from those 3 witnesses, correct?
Correct.
Any other source?
No.
Was it contradicted by any of the medical records that you saw? And I'm going to focus you on the clinical records that Dr. Brown did to contradict that finding.
I did not see that he included adding undiluted xylocaine in the medical records that I eventually got from him.
Right, there was nothing in the medical records that you got. And just so we're clear, the clinical records, clinical notes from the doctor, they were pretty complete, were they not?
When I eventually finally got them, they were done per the usual standard of care that I have seen.
Right, and they include everything that he did give, the amount of drugs that he gave beforehand, the amount of xylocaine that he was using during the procedures, everything that you would normally see in clinical notes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's nothing in those clinical notes that suggested any level of undiluted xylocaine, was there?
I did not recall anything in his notes where he included in his line item of drugs that he had given her to include undiluted xylocaine.
Just to be clear, you were the one who said she died from lidocaine poisoning, correct?
Complications of lidocaine toxicity.
Lidocaine toxicity.
Yes.
Which at a certain level of toxic becomes poisonous, right? But I'm sorry, let's just use toxicity. You determined that she died from lidocaine toxicity, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that in part because you believe that Dr. Brown injected undiluted lidocaine, correct?
Yes.
Well, so when you put in D, right, as one of the sub-findings, how certain are you before you rely on it in making a decision?
The consistency from the witness statements, one, where they all said more or less the same thing, and clinically, how she presented her symptoms at the time that this was happening, where she was being injected around her periorbital space, which is around her eye, that she suffered a seizure. Lidocaine toxicity is a clinical diagnosis. I am not a clinician. No, sir. Correct.
So you would never be to swear as
I would not ever swear that I am an expert in as a toxicologist. Yes.
did you determine?
I did not determine what concentration was used. I had no idea what percent strength lidocaine Dr. Brown had kept in his office.
Why didn't you look into that before determining that you were going to use the word undiluted in making the determination of cause of death?
I was trying to differentiate something that you take directly from the vial, 1% or 2%, versus something of the tumescent solution that is made.
Okay, and to be clear, let's just clear that up a little bit. the substance out of the vial, I think you said it might be 1%, it might be 2%, right? And have you looked into that being a standard concentration of lidocaine when it's delivered in those vials?
I have looked into it, and yes, 1% or 2% are the commonest concentrations.
Yeah, for today's purposes, let's just say it's 1 or 2%.
Yeah, I agree.
What have you looked into as to what would happen to a body if, well, let's start with this. So what did you look into to determine that when you use that 1%, let's say, of concentrated lidocaine, and you make it a tumescent solution, how much do you dilute it?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sure. You have the 1% in the vial.
Yes.
You're about to use it as a tumescent solution. To be clear, what does tumescent mean?
It is a solution that is used for liposuction. It's a saline-based solution.
What does it do?
It is a numbing agent.
No, how does it physically, what do you do with it? Do you stick it in a vein or do you inject it into fat?
Into fat.
Okay, and you just use a very small needle and you sort of go all around the field of surgery to fatten up, or the word swell, I guess, is what it means actually. So you sort of swell up the surgical field, right?
To make, yes.
Right, fill it full of water so it is easier to get to and easier to cut and easier to stitch afterwards, right?
Correct.
And you use the lidocaine to numb it.
Yes.
What do you use the epinephrine for?
The epinephrine is a vasoconstrictor, or a way to constrict local small blood vessels.
It keeps the lidocaine where you want it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the epinephrine cuts off the blood vessels so it doesn't get out, doesn't get to the veins or arteries and heart and brain and lungs. It stays where you mean it to be, correct?
It does eventually come out to the blood, but the idea is that yes, it generally stays
Of course.
within the area that is injected.
Okay. So we have tumescent down, we have direct injection down. You then made the determination that it was injected into the arms. Do you mean to say by that it was injected into a vessel, or it was similarly injected tumescently into the fat?
I did not indicate that this was injected into a vessel.
Okay, so this was from, I'm trying to clear up your words. Are your words now that it was an additional tumescent administration of lidocaine?
Subcutaneous injection of lidocaine to the fat, yes.
That's tumescent, right?
It is short.
You do this, I don't. My understanding is there's two ways to do it. One, into the fat, stays there because of the epinephrine, lidocaine numbs you out, and the water plumps you up, right?
Correct.
And another way to administer a drug, I guess, would be to stick it into a vein, correct?
Correct.
You do not suggest that any lidocaine was stuck into a vein in this determination, correct?
In this region, no, I don't believe so.
So when you say injected, would you mind if I just add the word tumescently to your determination so it's clear?
Do I mind? Yes.
Why?
I feel that it is, it's genuinely confusing overall.
But you do acknowledge here today in the road that it was injected, your term, but it was done tumescently, correct?
I'm going to say it was injected subcutaneously.
I don't want to play
Mr.
games.
Remar, I have to admit, I want to make sure that I'm hearing exactly the right thing. And I'm afraid we're conflating tumescently versus tumescent solution, because tumescent solution was when you were talking about it was mixed with saline and epinephrine and lidocaine.
Right.
And so subcutaneous, just under the skin, is
Right.
what she's talking about. I think either the presence or absence of the word solution, I think, is what's
Okay.
a little confusing here. So if her language is subcutaneous injection, then that's what we're going to go with. Your expert may have a different nomenclature to use.
Right.
But I just want to make sure I'm not, because there's allegations that sometimes it was diluted with saline and sometimes it was not.
Okay.
I want to make sure I'm clear on which one we're talking about.
Okay, then I'm going to confuse it a bit more and then try and clear it up. Just so we're clear, the vial that comes to a doctor with 1% is 99% saline, correct?
I believe so.
Right, okay, so.
A buffer of some kind?
We're still talking about a solution in the vial of 1% pure lidocaine and 99% saline, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then it is further diluted before it's administered by a surgeon, whatever dilution that surgeon may think appropriate. Obviously, you're not a clinician, nor are you a surgeon, nor are you a toxicologist, so you wouldn't know that part of it, would you?
No.
Okay. So however that was done, I just want to be clear because we're about to get to a point in all of this interview conversation of how that would show up in its blood, in a blood test. So when you say subcutaneously, you are acknowledging subcutaneously goes into fat, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, well, I may use the term tumescent, meaning it's subcutaneous that goes into fat to plump it up, to numb it out, to keep it there. You say subcutaneous, but you're certainly not suggesting it went into a vessel.
In the arms, no.
Okay. E, started to have signs of lidocaine toxicity, muscle twitching, and restlessness. Where did you get the information concerning restlessness and twitching and it being signs of lidocaine toxicity?
I will answer part of that question first. And the muscle twitching and restlessness were described by the 3 witnesses that were interviewed.
But how does that tie itself to lidocaine toxicity?
Lidocaine toxicity is a clinical diagnosis.
Right, I got that, and you're not a clinician, but you wrote down that the evidence of lidocaine toxicity is muscle twitching and restlessness.
Yes.
Okay, where'd you get that from?
I got that from various textbooks that I had reviewed.
Then in F, you say received, I'm going to add the term additional, or received lidocaine, undiluted subcutaneous lidocaine in the face, unknown amount or concentration. Right? That's what you stated?
In line F, yes.
Okay. However, a review of the clinical notes and medical records do identify both the amount and the concentration, do they not?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Would you have looked into those medical records and clinical notes to determine whether or not they identified the amount or concentration before filling this out?
I saw that there was a list of the medications that he had given her, and it did not include a direct and not include non-diluted lidocaine.
It actually included enough lidocaine and saline solution to support not only the initial amount, the first bag, but also the additional amount that he diluted to continue the procedures. Isn't that what the records support? I
don't recall immediately off of the top of my head without referencing, but again, I know that he gave her the entire bag of tumescent solution, and then there was an additional amount that was beyond the tumescent solution. Whether or not that was explicitly documented in the medical records from Dr. Brown's office, I can't recall without looking at it.
Would you acknowledge that those records and the determination of whether or not there was additional diluted solution would be significant to you in your determination of cause of death?
Say that one more time.
Sure. Wouldn't it sort of be significant whether or not those records supported that there was diluted solution used by Dr. Brown and not undiluted, as you just put in a official document leading to cause of death?
So, from my understanding, is that there were 1 or 2 vials that were poured into a bowl. So I don't know if they were both vials that had just lidocaine, or if one vial was one thing and the other one was lidocaine.
Did the medical works that you reviewed, particularly his clinical notes, support that he had in the surgical field not only the bowl that he had to have them pour it into because he couldn't exit this surgical field, but that he also had the saline solution already in the surgical field that he used to dilute it as he had for the entirety of the previous procedures that day?
So he had exhausted the bag of tumescent fluid, from my understanding, and had gone on to pour one or two solutions into the bowl.
Right.
I do not know about a second bag, which he drew from, that was normal saline. But the reason why the bowl was brought into the picture was because the original 1 liter bag of tumescent fluid was exhausted.
Correct. And he needed more.
Correct.
So let me ask it this way. Is there anything to support your contention based upon your basis for cause of death determination that Dr. Brown, while knowing enough to dilute the lidocaine properly in the first bag, would then take undiluted lidocaine, maybe 100 to 1,000 times stronger than that which he was using initially? Anything to support that he actually did that and did not properly dilute it, as he had before injecting it to messenger? Anything you have to support that factually?
The absence of information does not mean that it didn't happen.
Absolutely true. I've used that tautology probably 1,000 times in my practice. On the other hand, it also doesn't mean that it did happen that way, does it?
Sure.
Okay. So you making a determination is supposed to be based upon what? Fact and opinion and reliable, right? What's your degree of certainty you're supposed to use in making a determination?
To making this determination?
Anyone.
Any determination? It has to be within a degree of reasonable medical certainty.
Anything in I go back to the question, anything in those records that you look at that support your contention, it seems to be in sub E, that he in fact changed his entire procedure process he was doing for the first couple, 3 hours of the surgery, and instead refused and decided and neglected to dilute the lidocaine that was brought into the surgical field with the saline solution that was already in the surgical field. Any fact you can point to?
Other than the 3 witnesses who stated that this had happened and they had seen it happen, that there was an additional lidocaine poured into a bowl. Again, I don't recall that there was another bag of saline available.
Bowl.
Into the
Already in solution.
The saline was in a bowl?
Yes.
That would be the first time I've heard of that.
Right, well, here's the thing, because you're making the determination, I'm going to give you a hint of something I want your opinion on. You take in 9 milliliters of saline solution, and then you bring in 1 milliliter of the diluted, but not fully diluted lidocaine. If that happened, would that procedure mimic the procedure of what was in the tumescent bag?
It depends of whether or not it had epinephrine affiliated with it.
Let's say that was in the second vial, but it pulled up just a very small amount of it. Or ignore the epinephrine. Let's talk about just the lidocaine. If that happened, would that mimic the same amount of diluted substance that was in the tumescent bag to begin with?
Are you asking if that is 9 milliliters of saline plus 1 milliliter of 1% lidocaine equals the same amount of concentration that it was in the tumescent fluid?
Well,
Yes,
I don't wanna
that
be
is,
sarcastic.
no, I'm not being sarcastic. I'm answering your question, sir.
Okay.
So, again, is that the same concentration? If you assume that that was 1% lidocaine and not 2%, for example, then yes.
Okay. Which would be in cadence with what he had done for the 2 or 3 or 4 hours before, correct?
If that happened, then yes.
Okay. And I guess the evidence that you're going to determine maybe it didn't happen on was 3 witnesses said we gave him lidocaine because he asked for it. He couldn't exit the surgical field, so we brought it to him and put it in a bowl because you can't even bring it outside of the bottle into the surgical field. And we put it in a bowl. And that they seemed to see him pull some up, right? Nobody said to you, for example, and then I see him pull the whole 10-millimeter syringe with pure sort of lidocaine. Nobody told you that, right?
I did not hear anything about how much was drawn up into a syringe.
Right, so you don't have any evidence that he just changed protocols and pulled in 10 milliliters. But in effect, based upon your opinion and your result, that's what you think he did? Somehow he got a whole bunch more lidocaine in the system than he had previously?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what you base your premise, your opinion on the fact that he must have brought in, I'm saying pure, but pure will now define as 1%, if we know the other 99%. That he brought up pure, failed to dilute lidocaine, correct?
The question is?
And that's what he injected, and that's what caused the lidocaine toxicity that led to cause death.
I believe that while he was injecting the solution that he drew up from the bowl, again, I don't know if it was 1% or 2% lidocaine, that while this was being injected into her face or her periorbital region, that she said that she saw orange and then suffered a seizure. Again, these are a constellation of findings that support the clinical diagnosis of lidocaine toxicity. These are the manifestations of lidocaine toxicity.
You saw in the clinical notes that the concern over seeing a color orange was addressed and resolved by simply pushing up on the lidocaine-filled eyelid, correct? That she was actually seeing through a swollen eyelid, and that when that was resolved, there was no further vision disturbance, correct? You saw that in the records?
About the eyelid being swollen?
Well,
No, I don't recall that.
Nothing in his clinical notes about that?
As for the explanation as to why she saw orange, I remember that explanation being brought up, but I cannot recall whether or not that was documented in his clinical record.
I don't want to get too far afield because we're really hearing whether or not you did your diagnosis correctly, but since you're a doctor, if you fill up an eyelid and look through it, what color do you see?
It depends
Okay.
on how bright the light is.
Correct, and if you have a clinical light in your face because someone's working on your face and you happen to be a plastic surgeon, bright lights, what would you see?
It depends on who you are. I know what I see.
All right. Sub-H, following seizure, she was unresponsive, not breathing, and in cardiopulmonary arrest. Significance of that, sub-H?
Just to go back to line D,
I'm sorry.
the self-reported vision changes also include a blurry vision, in addition to seeing the color orange.
And do you determine that that's an evidence of lidocaine toxicity?
Visual changes can be yes,
Where do you get that
from the textbooks.
from? And when you see the textbooks, can you just identify a couple of them, because we do have obviously someone here who's going to talk about that as well.
May I refer?
Sure.
The disposition of toxic drugs and chemicals in man by basalt, as we discussed, is one, with the visual changes. The other includes the Anesthesiologist's Manual of Surgical Procedures, the 6th edition.
And does that journal suggests what about vision changes and light is specific to lidocaine toxicity?
It just says visual changes.
With what, lidocaine toxicity, or is that some more generic, this may show that the person's being poisoned?
Visual changes are a symptom of lidocaine
Do
toxicity.
you believe that the anesthesiologist journal says that? Or is
It wasn't an
generic?
anesthesiologist journal, it was a book. And it documents visual changes in the basalt.
Okay. Going down to H, we said she had a seizure, right, and was unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
That's not any part of the diagnosis, that's just sort of factual determination that that's what happened to her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And same thing with cardiopulmonary resuscitation, that was obviously what happened, but both by Dr. Brown, correct? You knew that from the clinical nurse that he did CPR until EMTs got there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that you're referencing his attempts at resuscitating, correct?
His and EMS and
Yeah,
the ER
EMS.
physician, yes.
First we get to, him, then firefighters, then EMTs, correct?
Him, firefighters, EMTs, the ER staff.
She was transported, then you say J, diagnosed with lidocaine toxicity. What's that?
That came from the medical records.
That's your diagnosis.
Is
that?
So diagnosed with lidocaine toxicity came from the medical records from the emergency room of the initial encounter.
Well, to be clear, the medical records support that Dr. Brown identified what drugs she had been administered, right? Like the Versed and Valium, and also said that he was using lidocaine, correct? He told that to the emergency room people, right? That was in the medical records.
He told the emergency room persons, including Dr. Myers, that that he believed that it was lidocaine toxicity, and then upon transfer to Sacred Heart Hospital, the medical records then read the additional information of the Valium and midazolam being administered. So at the time of the ER admission, I don't have anything in there that, I can't recall whether or not the benzodiazepines were included or not included. I do know that that's when lidocaine toxicity was brought up.
Right, Dr. Brown said, I gave her lidocaine to check for toxicity, right? He was the one who said that to the ER docs because he told them everything that he'd given him to try and help and give an explanation. Did you get that?
Sorry, I apologize.
That's okay, because I know you're medical examiners, you might need to get it.
It is a reminder to be here. All right, sorry, I apologize, sir. Can you
That's okay.
please tell me again your question?
Sure, it was Dr. Brown who advised the ER people, both sets, where they initially brought her and they said, all of the drugs that had been given to her, administered during the procedure, and that he was using lidocaine, so they should look into those issues, including potentially lidocaine toxicity. Correct?
I know that I can't confirm that it was both sets. I do know that upon her arrival to the freestanding clinic, that lidocaine toxicity was brought up as a possibility for an explanation as to why she was unresponsive by Dr. Brown to Dr. Benjamin Myers.
Right. Do you think that was an appropriate comment to make by Dr. Brown as the surgeon, the clinician addressing the patient so that they know the full panoply of what may be on the table, or no?
A penalty? He's making a diagnosis.
Panoply, complete,
Oh.
sorry, my turn.
Say it again.
The complete summary, the entire plate of information should be given to the now treating physicians, the ER docs.
Do I think that was appropriate?
Yes.
He was the physician that was there. He made the diagnosis correctly. And yes, it's an appropriate handoff to another physician.
So how much of your determination of lidocaine toxicity you relying on Dr. Brown saying you should check for that?
How much?
Yeah.
Would you like a percentage?
Sure.
Well, I don't think that he was wrong. I think he was entirely correct with that
What's your
diagnosis.
percentage?
I can't, the totality of it and like, it's so intertwined. Can't give you a percentage right now. More than 1%.
More than what?
More than 1%.
Okay. Then K presented with high levels of lactic acid, nothing to do with lidocaine, right? That's just the body not metabolizing well, right?
The high levels of lactic acid indicate that there is a prolonged period of downtime.
That's what that means. The body is not doing well. She may be even coded. She came back, but certainly she's not metabolizing well, and that would lead to lactic acid buildup in the muscle.
The lactic acid buildup suggests that there was an anoxic injury where her heart was not beating.
Right. And metabolism stops, and carbon dioxide builds up, and lactic acid goes crazy, and that's what shows up at what you're finding.
I don't know if metabolism stops, but I agree with the other parts, yes.
So does metabolism stop when your heart does?
When your heart dies,
Just stops you.
you can still metabolize drugs like alcohol.
Not at the same rate, though, would you acknowledge at least that?
I don't know the answer to that.
The anoxic ischemic encephalopathy, if I got even close, that's just a neurological outcropping of being, of having brain injury because of the lack of oxygen, correct?
That is the result of the lack of oxygen, yes.
Nothing to do with lidocaine itself.
No.
Okay. So you know from the medical records that there was a blood level of lidocaine taken of the patient, correct?
A hospital lidocaine level was drawn, yes.
Where did it come from?
Where'd what come from?
Blood, eye fluid, vitreous fluid?
I hope it wasn't
Bile.
eye fluid in a live person, but I believe it came from the blood. I don't
Okay. know
if it was a peripheral blood or a central arterial stick.
Okay. And what was the level?
I don't recall. I don't have that in front of me right now.
If I said it was 3.4, would you contest that?
If I believe you that you would not tell me something that was erroneous.
Would I also tell you that it was well under any toxic level suggestion by any of the literature that you've reviewed or any literature that exists out there concerning lidocaine and its use at 3.4 is well under toxic dosage?
It depends on what time it is and when that sample was drawn,
And why was that?
because of metabolism of lidocaine.
Okay, so let's go back to that. When it's in a tumescent field, when is the highest level of lidocaine showing up in the blood?
In a tumescent field?
Yes. I think you said earlier that, well, if it's tumescent, obviously it gets to the blood at some point, but it's delayed because it's got to get out of the fat into the little vessels, into the big vessels, into the heart, into a vial of blood that's pulled from it so you can see what it is. There is that delay.
Are you asking me what's the half-life?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But look, let's ask about when is the high, from your research, having made a determination, lidocaine toxicity, from your research, when is the highest dosage of lidocaine existing in a body after tumescent introduction of lidocaine?
The peak levels of lidocaine following a liposuction using tumescent fluid or solution is, I believe, between 6 and 20 hours for the half-life.
Okay. So 6 to 20 hours later, you would expect it to be its highest.
Yeah, at some point, sure.
Well,
Yes.
it's your testimony, not
Yes,
mine.
yes, yes, yes.
So between 6 and 20 hours after introduction of lidocaine into tumescent field, it's going to show up at its highest level. It's going to float through the fat into the blood vessels, into a vessel where you can get a needle to it and takes them out. About 6 to 20 hours later, correct?
The highest point using a tumescent solution in liposuction is Yes.
Okay.
It is a delayed amount of time before it peaks in the body.
It's going to sound like a silly question, but before it peaks, it is lower, correct?
Again, if you're using lidocaine as a tumescent solution in liposuction, it will be lower before it gets higher, yes.
Well, I want to be clear. You have no evidence that you were suggesting before this court, or was existing at the time of your determination of lidocaine toxicity as cause of death, that suggests it was anything other than tumescent administration, correct? Any fact that you can support?
Other than the 3 witnesses?
Even the 3 witnesses never said it didn't do anything other than tumescent, though, did they?
Can you say
Sure.
tumescent solution?
Okay, even if it was a higher dosage, right? I just want to make sure we're following the same path, because the question is somewhat complicated.
Okay.
You're suggesting that you relied on 3 witnesses who said, and I'm paraphrasing, maybe he didn't dilute the solution, right? That's what you're basing your determination on, right? That he put into her more lidocaine than he should have because he didn't dilute. Your words, right? Undiluted.
Undiluted 1 to 2% lidocaine.
Right.
Yes.
But even that, there is nothing in the evidence that you're relying on, the 3 witnesses, the one who was working there 4 days, whatever, nothing in that evidence suggests anything other than he was still doing it tumescently, that he was still doing it into the fatty areas to plump it up, to numb it up, and to use the epinephrine, if he was using it, to keep it there. You don't have any evidence to support it did anything other than tumescent application or administration, correct?
I do not have any evidence to support that liposuction or a liposuction procedure was performed surrounding the fat in her eyes. Again, and I also don't have any evidence to say that the solution that he injected included epinephrine.
Let's go back, because I think you just went over a far afield a little bit. First of all, I don't know, I want to identify why we use the term liposuction. I'm just trying to be clear. Does that change anything, the question I asked you, which is, you had any evidence, reasonable degree of medical certainty, actually start as low as you want as far as what you rely on, any evidence whatsoever to support the concept that this was not administered tumescently, that it was not into fat, and therefore the same way he had done it in other areas of the body, kept there so he could work on it. Any evidence whatsoever? Now is the time.
I believe, again, the tumescently versus tumescent solution is very confusing. I believe that, again, when you perform liposuction, they use this tumescent solution to, as you say incorrectly, to plump up the fat. When you are doing a procedure to numb up an area, I don't think you're necessarily trying to plump up the region, because you're not doing the same procedure in this regard. He had moved on to a blepharoplasty, I believe, instead of liposuction. The reason why I bring up liposuction is because this tumescent solution, when used for liposuction, as we had discussed, has a longer half-life than if direct lidocaine, not used tumescently but subcutaneously, as I believe was happening, that was injected around her eyes, that it is different than when used tumescent solution for liposuction. For when you are numbing something as you're about to do a procedure on, is a I would describe it as a subcutaneous injection.
And you consider that somehow different than a tumescent application?
I am going to be quite honest with you. I have not heard the word tumescent or tumescently used as an administrative route in medicine. Usually, again, unless it's associated with liposuction, we use subcutaneous intramuscular, intravascular.
Okay. But we got to move on from this.
Okay.
So I just want, but I want to try to do one very, very last time. When it went subcutaneous, you acknowledge it went into fat, correct?
The area surrounding your eyes is one of the most vascular areas of your face. I cannot rule out that it was not injected close to or near a small vessel. I know that there is fat that surrounds your eyes.
Okay. Do you acknowledge, however, and I know you've never been a plastic surgeon, never been a clinician, and never been a toxicologist, but do you acknowledge that the way that solution is administered is in a way that spreads it around the field so that it is plumping, it is numbing, it is doing whatever it is doing across the entire surgical field, correct?
I think
At least acknowledge that.
the surgical field or the surgical site?
The site.
The site that they're working on the person. I believe that when you inject subcutaneously lidocaine, that yes, even that it will cause numbing even immediately around the area, because it does because it does leak out as it should to numb the rest of the area.
That's its whole purpose, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say there's a lot of vessels there, I'm hearing maybe he hit one, and therefore some got into a small vessel. I'm just making sure that we're clear that it wasn't some injection into a vessel, ta-da, he hit a vessel and now it's flowing through the system. He's doing it in a very, very small needle, right?
But I believe so.
Okay, and he's doing it all over the field, the eye, pretty much what he's working on, to numb out and plump up the entire field, right? So even if he hits some little baby blood vessel somewhere, he's still moving the needle all over the place. You acknowledge that is the application process, or do you not?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, right. So even if he did put a little into a vessel, there was a little, and then he moved on to non-vessels as he's doing this procedure, correct?
As he's doing the procedure, it depends.
Well,
Again, it depends on whether or not the person is numb from that one site or not.
Okay, so back to the 3.4. If it is at its highest 6 to 12 to 20 hours later, when was the test taken compared to the event?
When it was, sorry, say that again?
The event happened at one time. How many hours, minutes later was the blood test taken?
I don't actually know when that was drawn.
What do
I
we
know
have-
when it was resulted into the medical record.
Well, it was resulted a week or two later because it went out for testing, so that's not all that relevant, is
Sure.
it? Okay, so when was it drawn? That would be quite relevant, wouldn't it?
Yes, it was several hours after the event.
If I told you it was about 3.5 hours after the event, and about 7:40 that night when the event happened around 3, would you contest that or would you acknowledge it?
I thought it was longer. I thought it was 4 or 5 hours.
Let's say it was 4 hours. It wasn't, but let's just say it was 4 hours, right? 4 hours after it was a 3.4. Just give me your best guess as to what it was at that time of the event. If we know it gets its highest 6 to 20 hours later.
It was high enough to cause seizures and clinical symptoms of lidocaine toxicity.
I know that's your determination, but that wasn't my question, was it?
That was my
question was,
answer.
based upon your experience as a medical doctor and having seen this for a while, and having
It
done this kind
is
of work. Hold on,
it is
hold on.
irresponsible
What
to
am I
go back
saying?
All
and
right.
calculate.
Hold on, man.
Sorry.
Mr. Amara, be careful how you ask the
I
questions.
will.
You are raising the temperature of this conversation, and be careful not to.
And I
go
do
along with that.
apologize. I apologize.
So,
Thank
that
you.
wasn't my question, was it? We didn't need that.
Okay.
All right, please
You
rephrase.
acknowledge that lidocaine in the blood is at its highest, from your testimony, 6 to 20 hours after administration, correct?
In cases where it is used as a tumescent solution for liposuction, it is the half-life of lidocaine injected subcutaneously is actually much shorter at, I believe, 45 minutes to an hour and a half, which is different, again, than the tumescent solution used for liposuction. The half-lives are different despite it being the same molecule or chemical based on the delivery.
What is the half-life of lidocaine at high dosage?
At high dosage?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
At higher, how are half-lives determined?
Half-lives are determined on how long it takes for a body to metabolize half the substance.
And what studies are used to accomplish that?
What studies have I used? I
No,
use
not you, just in your training and experience. How does the medical profession determine half-lives of chemicals?
I almost want to say this, but through, I'm sure, some unethical means way back when, of where they would inject people and study how long it took for them to metabolize half of what was
Right.
in the body
Okay,
from time zero.
Yeah, but since the Middle Ages, how do we do it today? I'm going to premise something by saying we do it by low dosage in healthy people, and we keep monitoring their blood until it cuts down in half and in half and in half until it is undetectable. Do you understand that to be the way the medical profession does it nowadays?
Yes.
Okay. And that's a healthy person and with low dosage, correct?
I don't know about low dosage, to be quite honest.
Well, have you done, since you just testified, do you believe that the lidocaine half-life is about 45 minutes to an hour and a half? And I asked you, what about at high doses? Did you do any research into whether or not lidocaine half-life increases, maybe decreases, it increases at a higher dosage? Have you done any research?
I've done research, however, I don't know if that answer is published in the literature about the increased amount causing a decrease of metabolism. I only know of 2 different routes describing 2 different times for half-lives. The liposuction using the tumescent solution being a much longer half-life because it takes time to get out to the rest of the body, and the subcutaneous administration of lidocaine being much shorter at 45 minutes to an hour and a half.
And so were you about to say that you've done some literature research and it suggests that at high doses, lidocaine dissipation, a half-life takes longer?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, I apologize, but I don't know of any research that has done concentrations of subcutaneous lidocaine at different doses and what the result of that half-life was.
And have you done any research in order to make the determination of cause of death as to whether or not lidocaine half-lifing or dissipation is delayed, or for that matter increased, on a ill-based person or a person who has decreased metabolism?
Ask me that question one more time,
Sure.
please.
So we talked about whether or not high doses might delay half-lifing.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a fact or not, to be quite honest.
So now I moved on to how about would lidocaine, for that many, I guess, any chemical, would lidocaine have a delayed half-life in a body that is compromised or that is not metabolizing that?
I don't know.
Do you have any insight on whether or not a body that is not metabolizing well, let's say a body that went through a cardiac trauma, she's talked, heartbeat go on and got back, that she was breathing very shallow, those type of things, giving you any insight as to whether or not that would slow down the metabolism of a drug like lidocaine in a person like this.
It is my understanding through the traditional medical literature that when they discuss metabolism, it's regarding they are either in kidney failure or liver failure, or they have liver cirrhosis or disease of the liver or kidney disease. I do not recall ever seeing in the medical literature anything about a cardiopulmonary arrest leading to a decreased or increased or any impact on metabolism of any drug.
So certainly chronic metabolism negative effects would. You acknowledge that?
Chronic effects of negative metabolism would.
Well, you said kidney failure or liver concerns, that would slow down the metabolism?
Again, it depends of what kind of molecule it is or what kind of drug it is and whether or not it is excreted by the kidneys or not excreted by kidneys, whether or not it goes through extensive metabolism in the liver or not. But again, I don't know the impact of cardiopulmonary arrest on the metabolism of drugs.
Do you have any educated guess as a medical doctor as to whether or not the blood stops for a while, that the metabolism of the body would slow down or would it speed up?
I have no idea.
Okay. You read from the medical records that the ER doctors, when they were looking into the issue of lidocaine toxicity, actually called poison control, correct?
Correct.
And they talked to them and said, we don't know, but, my terms, not theirs, we don't know, but she has some lidocaine. What do you think we should do? You saw that in the medical records, right?
I saw that Dr. Myers had called poison control.
Right. And poison control said what?
I don't know.
You didn't read that part of the record?
I read that part of the record, but I don't know what their
If I were to say to you,
I don't know what their answer to Dr. Myers was specifically. I do know that he was calling to see, again, advise me on next steps of what to do to manage this person clinically.
right. And if I were to submit to you that poison control said, well, wait, she has normal arrhythmia, right? She has a normal heart rhythm, so she can't be in toxic fault. So don't do the treatment that we would otherwise do for lidocaine toxicity, which is, I'm not going to get this right, like a liquid flush. If I were to submit that that's what they say, can you respond to that?
I don't know what was said from poison control of how to manage her clinically.
If they said, and I'm just reviewing the medical records that I'm going to ask you to in a minute here, if they said to the doctor who called poison control and said it might be lidocaine toxicity, and their response was, in fact, it can't be lidocaine toxicity if she has a normal heart rate, so you don't need to do the lipid flush, to get that term right, because if she had lidocaine toxicity, she would be in, I'm not going to get this term right, but harsh arrhythmia. She would not have a steady heart rate.
The reason for why they did not administer the lipid emulsion, is that the question?
Yes.
Okay. I believe it was because she was clinically stable, as in they had resuscitated her, and she was, you are correct, not in cardiac dysrhythmia at the time, that he had called poison control.
Right. But
Correct.
can you acknowledge that poison control, if they didn't have them do the lipid emulsion, and to be clear, the lipid emulsion is the standard of care for lidocaine toxicity, correct?
Yes.
And evidence of lidocaine toxicity, which would support the lipid emulsion, is dysrhythmia.
And
Correct.
seizures, yes.
Okay. And since none of that existed, poison control said the lipid emulsion is not necessary, it's not indicated because she is not in dysrhythmia, correct?
My understanding was that she was stable, and it was not clinically indicated at that time to administer the lipid emulsion.
But to be clear, if there was any indication that she was actively in lidocaine toxicity, suffering from it, the lipid emulsion is not. Describe what lipid emulsion is and how it affects the person.
I believe it tries to bind or compete with the molecule of drug in some sort of way to help, as you said, scrub the blood.
Right, it pulls out the lidocaine if it's sitting there being toxic.
Okay.
I mean, no, you're the expert. I mean, that's what, it binds to a lidocaine, drags it out, it gets that out of the system, so it's no longer poisonous or toxic within the system, correct?
Yes.
As your understanding from the medical records, that poison control said no need to do that here.
Because she was clinically stable.
Not evidencing any of the signs of lidocaine toxicity to poison control based upon whatever it was that the good doctor told them about it when he called in to say, what should we do? It might be lidocaine toxicity.
Again, I believe that Dr. Brown's clinical diagnosis of lidocaine toxicity was correct. I believe that there had been some period of time that had passed from her initial symptoms to when she presented to this freestanding ER, or a delay, and that when poison control was called, as in she had become clinically stable in the ER, stable enough to transport her for a higher level of care, that it was not clinically indicated at that time to use the lipid emulsion. However, I agree with you, for lidocaine toxicity, standard of care includes administering the lipid emulsion, but that is, again, rapidly, once they have symptoms or are symptomatically presenting in lidocaine toxicity, which is a clinical diagnosis. She stopped seizing, she had been brought back, her heart was not in dysrhythmia, as you say, and she was no longer seizing, and that was under control, so that is no longer clinically indicated for the lipid emulsion. That's my understanding.
Well, where did all the lidocaine go?
It had been metabolized.
And you're saying that was metabolized by what point? Because she was stable when she got to the ER. So had it already metabolized that quickly? Even with your 45 minutes to an hour and a half under the best of circumstances, how did she go out of dysrhythmia if in fact she was still toxic with this lidocaine?
I don't know when he called poison control to get advice on what to do clinically with her further. I do know that the doctor, again, his priority number one is to stabilize the patient. I don't know if she came in stable or they had to continue to work to get her stable, but again, that takes a period of time too. And again, lidocaine toxicity is not based on a level, it's a clinical diagnosis.
And I just want to be clear, I'm going to ask my question slightly different way. Dysrhythmia and seizures are part of what you looked at in determining lidocaine toxicity, correct?
Seizures are the most common presentation of lidocaine toxicity.
And when she got to the ER, how long after the event was she at the ER with normal arrhythmia?
I don't know, don't recall.
Any indication? Because I'm just curious how, if there was such a high level of lidocaine toxicity that led to your determination as the cause of death.
Again, it's a clinical diagnosis.
Just one second. How it had resolved itself so quickly that by the time she got to the ER and was not seizing and not in dysrhythmia, what happened to the lidocaine? And I think you said it all metabolized by then, so I'm just curious how it happened so quickly.
I don't think that is abnormally quickly at all. You go through half of the lidocaine, and half would at that time be less than toxic.
In my deposition of you, I talked to you sort of how you come to a determination of cause of death. And you said in this particular case, it was in effect a differential diagnosis.
Yes,
Correct.
it was part of a differential diagnosis, correct.
And a layperson, I'm going to say what that means to me is you couldn't, and it's going to sound pointed, and I don't really mean it this way, but you didn't have anything else, you didn't come up with anything else. There was lidocaine there. That's my best possibility. That's my best suspect. Is that what a differential diagnosis is in layman terms?
A differential diagnosis is a list of possible clinical diagnoses that you can determine from.
Right. And this one, you didn't have many others to come up with, so lidocaine toxicity was your best chance.
I ruled out many other possibilities before I came to this conclusion.
And you didn't rule out lidocaine toxicity because you didn't think Dr. Brown diagnosed her with it, or did he just issue that to ER frantically trying to figure out what may be going on with his wife and have him look into that?
Again, it's a clinical diagnosis.
Yours.
And it is a clinical diagnosis that is, again, made on symptoms and not levels. I wouldn't wait 3 weeks to administer a lipid emulsion, waiting for a lidocaine level to come back. I would treat them based on their symptoms, just like you would with a drug overdose, or an opioid overdose.
Which is what the ER attempted to do. They said, we don't have lidocaine toxicity here, but at least not enough to give a lipid emulsion.
I don't know why they did not give the lipid emulsion, other than she was clinically stable at the time.
Now that you know that poison control said she's not in dysrhythmia.
I don't know that. I
I'm
don't.
sorry.
I'm serious. I don't know the answer to, I don't know what poison control said to Dr. Myers, other than it is not clinically indicated, as I had said before, to administer the lipid emulsion.
And it's not clinically limited or indicated because she wasn't seizing, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Had she been seizing, they may have said, go ahead and give her the emulsion, right?
Correct.
And she's not in dysrhythmia,
Correct.
so she must not have been in seizing or dysrhythmia by the time they called poison control, which is basically as soon as they got to the ER. Do you contest that?
I don't know when they call poison control.
Knowing that information now, and presuming that, and I do want to review the medical records, knowing that it happened when they got to the ER, does that change your opinion that she had lidocaine toxicity?
No.
Because poison control didn't. And why doesn't it?
Because it is a clinical diagnosis.
And
And just because you arrive and you become stable doesn't mean that you weren't toxic to begin with.
And you got that toxicity diagnosis from the fact that she was having a seizure event?
She had a seizure event and went into cardiac arrest.
And then she saw orange at some point, and you think that there was some visual disturbances as well.
And muscle twitching and restlessness.
So when we say differential diagnosis, what else did you cross off the list first?
Within my differential diagnosis, since this was a cosmetic procedure with liposuction, was pulmonary fat emboli. I was looking into perhaps there was issues with that there was some sort of issues with like a microbe or an infection of some sort, of whether or not her heart was normal and healthy, although again I did not get to examine it. She was very generously an organ donor. I crossed off the list that this was not a pulmonary emboli, that this was very likely not some sort of air into the system, so not a air embolus. I crossed off the fact that I don't believe that this was a toxicity or an overdose by benzodiazepines, that this was not some sort of congenital cardiac dysrhythmia. I did not find any seizure focus or foci in the brain because I examined her brain for histology. and had a neuropathologist look at it as well.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
So when you say that there was no seizure activity, in the
No.
brain-
I said there's no seizure. Focus. Foci. Focus. There's no fit. So seizures don't necessarily always have to have scar tissue or something that you can actually physically see in the brain or under the microscope. Does not necessarily need to happen. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there wasn't a foci. I could have easily missed it. Or more often than not, the brain structurally still looks normal despite having the person having seizures.
So in coming up with this differential diagnosis, which is sort of also known colloquially as sort of a rule-out diagnosis, so once you rule out other things, you're left with what it most probably is. Is that a proper definition of differential diagnosis in your opinion?
Correct.
Okay. So what principles or methods do you have to use when you look at a case and have to come up with a differential diagnosis, particularly a lidocaine toxicity?
Can you ask that question again?
What principles in your practice, what methods do you use when saying, in this case, when I'm considering lidocaine toxicity, I'm going to apply this procedure, this process in my differential diagnosis? What do you do?
My objective was to rule out all other possibilities to the best of my ability. And then the standard U.S. death certificate says, in your best medical opinion, what is the cause of death? And it is a medical opinion.
And in doing so, it just sounds like, I want to confirm, you did not include into your diagnosis anything having to do with poison control's opinion or input, correct?
Again, it's a clinical diagnosis. And poison control, whether or not they said to administer the lipid emulsion or not, is irrelevant.
Do you include in your, when you say clinical diagnosis, maybe we should try and define that just a bit. When you say clinical diagnosis, you're talking, I presume, about clinical factors that you're considering, the seizure, the cardiac involvement. Is that correct?
Clinical diagnoses are something that is made on a constellation of symptoms rather than a measurable level of something.
Okay, because you acknowledge that the measurable level of blood, of lidocaine in the blood, in this case, would that to be considered, would contraindicate a clinical finding of lidocaine toxicity. Do you acknowledge that?
Lidocaine toxicity is not based on the level of lidocaine. It is based on their clinical symptoms and presentation.
Okay, so it could be, someone could put a minuscule amount of lidocaine into me, and if I seize or whatever, then you would say, even with a minuscule amount of lidocaine, that I suffer from lidocaine toxicity. As long as you check my heart and I didn't have a heart attack and I didn't have the foci of a seizure in my brain, then you would say he had at least a minuscule amount of lidocaine, enough for me. That is the best differential diagnosis I can come up with because nothing else matches.
I don't know about the minuscule part. I would go with what is more likely than not to happen. If you right now fell down and had a seizure, I would not call it lidocaine toxicity. I would probably look for something else, like perhaps you had a stroke.
Okay. Well, what about if I had a therapeutic level of lidocaine in me, which we now know under at least one interpretation of the facts that this patient had, right? That 3-4 you acknowledge is well within the therapeutic level of lidocaine levels. Correct? You acknowledge that, right?
It's 3.4, I think, what was it, nanograms per milliliter, or milligrams per milliliter. Yeah, no, that is technically not a toxic level, but again, it is also time dependent.
This is time, right?
Time dependent.
So you really didn't consider whatever, for poison control had to say about this. You considered it irrelevant, I think was your word, to any clinical diagnosis of lidocaine toxicity, correct?
I believe that poison control believes that this was a clinical presentation of what she had gone through and that she was no longer unstable, so therefore lipid emulsion was not advised.
And you don't consider that 3.4, 3.5 hours after the event, as being particularly relevant because perhaps it's not relevant?
I believe that I believe that it is, again, time dependent again, I don't know if it was exactly 3.5 hours or when this was drawn or where it was drawn from, or whether or not it was 3.5 hours from the time of her presentation from Sacred Heart versus when she had the procedures started. It is a lot of factors, and it is hard to interpret a level in the dark when you don't have the other known variables.
But you, I think, agreed a couple of questions ago that the 3.4 is therapeutic, so that it, in and of itself, would not suggest a toxic level, correct?
I believe if you measured somebody's blood and they had a level of 3.4 and they were not seizing, that level was not toxic to them.
And how much consideration do you give to the fact that this patient had previous syncope events in her recent medical history?
Her syncopal events?
Yes.
So meaning that this was a heart etiology?
You're the doctor, you want the diagnosis. I'm wondering whether or not you consider those or ignore them because they did not comport with the diagnosis of lidocaine toxicity, or what consideration, if any, you gave.
So syncopal episodes are usually or can be affiliated with somebody who is having cardiac dysrhythmia or like a vagal response, again, which has an impact on your heart. I considered the possibility that she had she was born with a dysrhythmia or something that was a structural challenge to her heart. Yes, I did consider that.
And what consideration did you give?
I considered that was a possibility. However, since again she was so generous to be an organ donor, I followed up and asked the organ donation persons of whether or not the people who received Hillary's organs, of whether or not they were still alive. And I asked multiple questions regarding the heart and whether or not the person who received her heart was having any kinds of dysrhythmias, again, because it is a possibility that she had a cardiac dysrhythmia, but the persons who received her organs are all alive and they are all doing well.
What consideration did you give her previous syncopal events to whether or not that was the event that led to the cascading of concerns with her that led to the cardiac involvement that eventually led to her death?
What consideration I give her syncopal episodes? Again, I considered it that the etiology of where the etiology for her syncope could come from, and I determined that again this was unlikely.
So you gave it no consideration?
I considered it as part of my differential diagnosis that she had some sort of cardiac dysrhythmia, but I do not believe that is what happened in this case.
Nothing further.
So I'm going to be cross again.
Since I'm set up here, my roommate here today.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Oleske, look, we kind of skipped over it, and I'm sure the court is familiar with it. You need a break?
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. I'm going to be cross-examined.
Dr. Oleske, for the record, could you briefly go through your educational background?
Sure. I did 13 years of school and training following high school. I did a 4-year degree at Indiana University with a bachelor's of science. Following completion of that, I matriculated into medical school immediately, which is 4 years, at Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan. Following successful completion of my medical doctorate, I entered postgraduate training as a resident in pathology, where I completed my 4 years of anatomic pathology, which is hospital-based pathology, at the University of Texas, Houston Health Science Center. And then following that, year 13, I did a 1-year super subspecialty in forensic pathology at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences, also in Houston, Texas. I am double board certified in both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And how long total have you worked as a pathologist or a medical examiner?
I've worked as a forensic pathologist for approximately 10 years.
And how long have you been the chief medical examiner here in the 1st District?
Since November of 2020.
And do you have any idea in your career how many autopsies you've performed?
Me personally, I've handled approximately 2,000 postmortem exams.
And in your role as the chief medical examiner, do you continue to perform autopsies in addition to your administrative duties?
I do.
About how many do you perform per year, would you say?
I think last year was 175 for about more than 150, less than 250.
And obviously in those 2,000 autopsies, part of your duties is to establish a cause of death if you can. Is that correct?
It is our duty by statute to determine cause and manner of death for cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
And how many times have you testified in court as a forensic pathologist?
I've testified in court at least 50 times, if not more.
And has anybody ever attempted to qualify you as an expert and the judge did not allow you to testify as an expert?
I've never had a scenario where that happened.
Now, in determining cause of death, fair to say sometimes it's very obvious, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes it can be very difficult to determine what happened initially off the bat. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what factors or variables or sources of information do you typically review in determining potential cause of death?
If it is not obvious?
Yes.
Okay. So if it is not an obvious cause of death that takes more time to mull over, I will do everything from additional toxicology studies to including histology or microscopic samples or examination of organs. I'll review all medical records I can get my hands on. I will review law enforcement if they have their reports and or any witness statements they may have. I'll review EMS records and the run sheets. I review, for more difficult cases, I will take it by other doctors. We have a case conference where we discuss difficult cases. We don't always come to a consensus, but I can't actually name any recent ones where we did not come to a consensus. To get the opinions of other persons before we land on a definite conclusion, especially, again, when it's not obvious.
And in terms of toxicology, I know you talked to Mr. Morrow about you're not a toxicology, but is toxicology run in all your examinations?
If we can, yes, we will always try to run post-mortem toxicology testing.
And can that sometimes be an important factor in determining the cause of death?
It can be, yes.
And sometimes it can be the most important factor. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And as a forensic pathologist, you rely on the toxicology reports as a factor in determining an ultimate cause of death, correct?
Yes, when it's relevant.
Okay. Now, in this case, you did run a toxicology screen for Hillary, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
But you did not have, or I believe the term is donor blood, is that correct?
Yes, so we did not run post-mortem blood. We ran on blood that was given to us and provided by the organ donation persons.
And this would have been several days later, correct?
Yes, I believe so. She presented on November 21st, and then I think brain death was declared. Her death was declared on December 1st.
So in the toxicology screen that was run, there was no lidocaine present. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, would you expect, or did you expect, to see any levels of lidocaine at that point, so long after her death?
No, I would not.
And I know you talked with Mr. Moore about following up on Hillary and some of her organs that she had donated. What was your primary purpose in doing that?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yeah, you followed up with the organs that Hillary had donated. What was your purpose in following up on her organs?
So that is slightly unusual. I don't normally go that far to trying to find information. And on top of that, it is limited because of HIPAA. These are live persons and they're not under my jurisdiction. But I asked prior to signing out her case, I asked the organ persons the status of all the recipients. And the reason why I did that is I wanted to know how healthy were her organs to begin with. And at that point, 6 months after her generous donation, all of the recipients of her organs were alive and doing well.
And what did that tell you?
That gave me further evidence that this, what had happened to her, was not from something that was structural, meaning that structural, or I don't even know how to say this, significant enough or damaged enough to not be transplanted.
And in terms of other information, you reviewed a great deal of information as it pertained to Hillary for this autopsy, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you review, I think you already mentioned, the medical records from Dr. Brown's clinic?
Well, yes, when I got them.
Okay. And you reviewed her ER records?
Yes, from the first hospital.
Okay. What about the records from the EMS?
Yes.
And what about any records from Sacred Heart?
Yes.
Now, you referenced the surgeries that Hillary was undergoing. Now, those procedures, those plastic surgery procedures, can someone die from complications during a surgery?
You can die from almost any surgery, but typically most of the cosmetic procedures that she had done have, relatively low risk of fatality or death.
Did you look for any evidence relating to those surgeries in terms of excessive bleeding or any damage?
I did. I looked for evidence of bleeding or damage in her arms. I also looked. One of the more commoner factors that somebody can die from liposuction is getting fat emboli. And that's why I put in microscopic sections of her brain and did fat stains to rule that out. But sorry, go ahead, ask your question.
I think you were answering it in that you did not see any indications from the surgeries themselves that would have led to a potential cause of death, correct?
Correct. I didn't see any fat emboli. I did not see any injuries to the major vasculature, and I didn't see any perforation sites or anything like that.
And in your autopsy report, you've got category 1, the complications of lidotoxicity discussed with Mr. Amar, and then category 2 is other findings.
Yes.
And you indicate contusions and surgical incisions. Those items under category 2, did they play any part in Hillary's death?
No, these individually did not.
And then same with 3 in terms of the drug screen that we just mentioned and the benzos that you had mentioned. Those did not contribute to a cause of death, correct?
That is correct.
So all of those things you're able to rule out as a potential cause of death, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know you mentioned it, but in terms of the lidocaine and lidocaine toxicity, you did research into that area to try and determine the cause of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what exactly did you look into or research as you were doing that?
I was researching not just lidocaine toxicity, but complications from the surgical procedures that she had, and what those outcomes may be. I researched how, again, the tumescent solution with liposuction and how that's different in terms of its metabolism or half-life compared to a subcutaneous injection. But yes, my research included not just the possibility of lidocaine toxicity, it also included things that I was able to rule out, such as a fat emboli from liposuction.
And you mentioned symptoms. Do you believe that Hillary exhibited certain symptoms that were consistent with lidocaine toxicity?
Yes.
What symptoms do you believe were consistent?
The vision changes, the restlessness, the muscle twitching, the seizures, and the cardiopulmonary arrest.
Now, previously in your career, you mentioned sort of approximately 2,000 autopsies, and you discussed with Mr. Amar this differential diagnosis. Have you previously determined a cause of death by this sort of rule-out diagnosis?
Yes.
Is that fairly common as a medical examiner?
Yes. You don't want to pigeonhole yourself or commit to something. Right off the bat, you want to explore all possibilities and land on the correct one or the one that is more likely than not.
And sometimes with the condition of the body, it can be very difficult to say with absolute certainty, correct?
Correct.
I think you used the term a degree of reasonable medical certainty.
That is correct.
Now, lidocaine, in terms of seizures, can it have an effect on whether somebody could potentially have a seizure?
Yes, lidocaine can affect seizures.
Can it lower someone's threshold?
Yes, it can.
How old was Hillary at the time of her death?
Miss Hillary was 33 years old.
And in your research and investigation and physical examination, was there any indication of disease that she had?
I found no indication of significant natural disease.
What about potential infection?
I also found no evidence of an infectious etiology for the reason why she had seized and arrested.
How about a stroke?
I did not find any evidence of a stroke, and neither did the clinicians upon her arrival.
Any indication of physical trauma other than what you have documented in your findings?
The trauma that I documented in my findings were secondary to the procedures. She did not have any significant trauma or injuries that would make me suspect that she had died from a significant injury instead of from lidocaine toxicity.
Any insect bites, snake bites that could have caused death?
She did not have any evidence of punctures from a snake or some other venomous creature.
Any obstruction to her throat that would cause death?
She did not have any evidence of airway compromise.
And no indication of strangulation or suffocating?
So I did do a detailed examination of her neck structures to rule out strangulation is always on the differential, to rule out that this was a manual strangulation, and I found no evidence that she had any injuries of her neck.
The blood test that was discussed in terms of her level of lidocaine that was performed at the hospital, that was the only test indicating a level of lidocaine, is that correct?
Yes, to my knowledge, it was there was only one level drawn.
And with only one level, it can be difficult to say whether the level is going up or going down, is that correct?
That is correct.
Was there anything in the course of your examination other than the symptoms consistent with lidocaine toxicity that you believe would have contributed to Hillary's death?
I found no other structural reason or probable cause as to why she seized and had a cardiac arrest other than a lidocaine toxicity.
And just so that I'm clear, when we talk about lidocaine toxicity, you phrase it as complications following lidocaine toxicity, is that correct?
That is correct.
So now that would be different than a lethal amount of lidocaine in and of itself, is that correct?
Correct. So when I use the word complications, I imply that there is a delay from the time that the insult or injury from the toxin or drug occurred. If I thought this was from an acute lidocaine toxicity, as an immediate death following lidocaine, I would indicate that this was an acute toxicity of lidocaine. That's how I would sign it.
So the lidocaine toxicity led to a cascading effect of symptoms
Yes.
that ultimately resulted in death, correct?
Correct. If not for the lidocaine toxicity, then the following would not have happened.
All right, thank you, Doctor.
Remind me, Rupert.
Yes, thank you. The body had its organs harvested before she got to you, correct?
That is correct.
So you did not have the opportunity to really do a true examination of, I guess, heart, lungs, what else was harvested?
I'm referring to my autopsy report. Let's see, the heart and both lungs, a portion of the majority of the spleen, the pancreas, and part of the stomach and small intestines, the liver, both kidneys, and both adrenal glands.
I remember in our deposition, you said that you could not take any biopsies because there was basically not an organ to biopsy from. Is that accurate?
I submitted tissue samples on I submitted tissue samples for examination on her brain, thyroid, ovary, and spleen.
Okay, and in that, by the time you got, and those were items or organs that were still available to you, correct?
Yes.
It's accurate that you could not have taken any portions or any biopsies or any tissues from the organs as they were being harvested or as they were harvested?
So I had asked actually organ donation if they could, again, because I wanted I wanted to know what had happened, but it is not advisable and causes serious complications to the persons if you biopsy, for example, the lungs or the heart unnecessarily. And then I was explained by the organ persons why they did not do microscopic examination of the liver and kidneys, which is fairly common, more commoner. And the reason behind it was they did not find a need for that since it was grossly normal. So to them, the surgeons determined that those organs were grossly normal, so they did not submit any tissues.
Okay, and I think you've said a couple of times, both in your deposition here today, you are not a toxicologist, correct?
I am not a toxicologist.
And what do you understand the role or the field of toxicology to encompass?
Toxicology is a field that studies toxins and drugs.
Okay, and their effect on the body.
It can, yes.
Well, I mean, that's the whole purpose of toxicologists, right? To determine what a drug or a substance will do to a body, correct?
They can also determine what chemical it is, for example, outside the body.
And would you acknowledge a toxicologist would be more aware and sort of up to date on such matters as half-life and the effect of certain toxins on the body than you would be?
I believe that they have a better understanding because of their specialty of, yes, how certain drugs may interact with each other.
Okay. Yet your diagnosis is that of a toxic event of a substance or a drug, correct?
Correct.
And what toxicologist did you bring in to assist you in making that determination?
I had called the toxicologist at NMS Labs. It was not the same toxicologist that signed the report. I apologize. But her name is Deanna Pepsin, and she works at NMS Labs. I talked to her. And then I also talked to Dr. Bruce Goldberger, who's a forensic toxicologist at University of Florida.
Yes, and did you bring them in to actually do a determination of the, for example, the symptoms? Did you tell them the symptoms? Did you tell them the toxicology result of the blood test?
I did.
Okay, and what did, for example, these doctors tell you about the level of 3.4 3 hours after event?
I can't recall what their answers were. However, after describing this case, the first thing that actually Dr. Goldberger said to me before I even said it myself was, "Did she have a seizure?" And I said, yes, because that's lidocaine toxicity.
And he told you that even though you told him that the toxicology level of the lidocaine was a 3.4 3 hours after?
He agreed and said that lidocaine toxicity is a clinical diagnosis and not one based off of a singular level.
And by clinical, I think we've been through this, but clinical means you look at symptoms and suggest it must have been the lidocaine because I don't have anything else I could blame it on. Correct. That's what you said when you mean.
Yeah, I have
clinical
no explanation as to why she had these symptoms, and lidocaine toxicity is the best explanation.
Right. What would your definition be? What would your explanation be for death if there was no lidocaine in her system?
I would still call this a lidocaine toxicity.
If there was no lidocaine in her system, if you simply looked at the seizure that she had, the cardiac arrest that she had, the assault, if you want to call it that, of these other surgeries that she had, but there was no lidocaine.
I'd still probably call this a lidocaine toxicity. This is a clinical, again, it's a clinical diagnosis. I don't know if the level's going up or down. She was given a tumescent solution for liposuction, which metabolizes differently with a different half-life than a subcutaneous injection. If her lidocaine was negative or zero, I'd be a little shocked. However, it's, again, a clinical diagnosis, not one that's based on a singular level as to what her overall, I guess you could say, problem or complication was following these surgeries.
It might not have been precisely my question, but if you had no evidence at all that she'd ever been administered lidocaine, but simply were presented with this person,
Oh, that's different.
no lidocaine, this person with these symptoms and the cardiac arrest and the seizure event, what would your diagnosis be?
This is something completely different,
And what would
right?
it
So
be?
no, they were never administered lidocaine.
Correct.
Okay, so if she wasn't getting surgery and she just had a seizure and died, I would probably end up calling, and there's no lidocaine, there was no other structural explanation as to why she had a seizure. I would call this sudden unexpected death and epilepsy or seizure disorder not otherwise specialized,
Okay.
not otherwise specified.
Right. You would still come up with an explanation because that's what you're supposed to do.
That is what I am to do.
Okay. And you said earlier that you would consider tox reports in response to a first cross-examination question. You would consider tox reports when relevant. You consider this tox report of 3.4, 3 hours, 3.5 hours afterwards not relevant to your diagnosis?
So this is not actually a toxicology report, but a laboratory result, this 3.4.
You consider that irrelevant for your determination or diagnosis?
I don't consider it irrelevant. It's awfully, it's a point of information that I use to come to my clinical judgment that the best explanation for the cause of her death was from complications of lidocaine toxicity.
Okay. And you said that some of the research you did included the basalt book, correct?
Yes.
And in addition, any other research that you did besides basalt? For that issue?
Yes. Researched several books. Again, we had mentioned the anesthesiology book, a book about surgical procedures. Those were the books, as well as a book by Dr. Susan Eli and Dr. Gill. Dr. Eli was a medical examiner in New York, and in that book on forensic pathology that they did together, there's a chapter actually on complications of cosmetic procedures. I also attended a lecture by Dr. Susan Eli on this exact topic of deaths from cosmetic procedures, the possibilities to consider, and how to investigate these deaths. I, in fact, also called Dr. Eli following that lecture to get her opinion as to what did she think about this particular case.
What did she say about the lab test of 3.4?
She said, again, this is a clinical diagnosis. It is one that is made based off of the symptoms and not a singular level.
Did she say that the 3.4 was contradictory to the clinical diagnosis?
No.
Did you ever ask her about the low level of lidocaine and whether or not they give her any pause or you any pause for diagnosis?
I did. I did ask her.
And her response was, "It's just a lab test, don't worry about it," or what did she say?
This is a clinical diagnosis, and it depends. One level is a level taken out of air. We don't know if it's increasing or decreasing, and that because she had the liposuction and then a subcutaneous injection, that you can have both something in your body that has a half-life of 6 to 20 hours and something that has a half-life of 45 minutes to 90 minutes.
And that the lab test that she had caused her no concern with the clinical diagnosis that you made. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further on. Thank you.
All right. May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Amaro, do you agree? Mr. Amaro, do you agree she can be released?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You're free to stay. You're also free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Amaro, you may call your next witness.
Dr. Bogart?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this witness being called. We're here today on the defense motion, in essence, to see if Dr. Oleske is qualified to give her opinion and the basis for her opinion. Here, I think we're getting into, obviously, the defense have a witness that has a different opinion in terms of the lidocaine toxicity, and I just don't want us getting into an issue where the court is determining credibility of witnesses. This isn't whether the defense witness or the state witness is more credible. This is Dr. Oleske qualified to give this opinion? We spent the last 2.5 hours talking to her about what she looked at, her qualifications, everything we considered. I believe that is the basis for the Daubert motion, not whether the defense witness believes it was lidocaine toxicity.
Mr. Amaro, what's the defense response?
I agree with the concern of the state that this is not an attempt to do I know better what you said, but under Daubert and for this court's consideration, the real issue is whether or not in coming up with this differential diagnosis based upon lidocaine toxicity, her methodology was proper, that she considered the proper literature in assessing it, that she applied that methodology particularly to these facts. And in making that determination, I think you can benefit from the expert opinion of a toxicologist, not as to whether or not he believes lidocaine toxicity by a level of 3.4 means anything, but that in determining lidocaine toxicity, you have to look at the methodology that she employed and whether or not it was faulted. It's our position that it was very faulted, one example being the complete ignorance of the 3.4 and just defining it as a clinical diagnosis, meaning I will look at these symptoms and I will determine it's lidocaine toxicity because at least there was some there. That methodology, we believe, is faulted. It is not properly applied to the facts, and I intend to have Dr. Bogart limited to the area of his expertise, toxicology, and how you can make a determination as to what method you should use in determining whether or not toxicity exists. I will tell you it's going to be difficult to carve out that he is going to say this about lidocaine and how it acts and this about half-life and how it acts, but that is not his presented here today is his determination of whether or not lidocaine toxicity was the cause of death. It is more appropriately what you have to look at in determining whether or not lidocaine is a toxic event to a body based upon these circumstances, and it's limited to that.
Case law is clear that in conducting a Daubert hearing, when I'm looking at reliability, that's determined by examining the expert's underlying methodology rather than his or her ultimate opinion. And so Dr. Oleske's ultimate opinion, Dr. Bogart's ultimate opinion are irrelevant. I'm focused on the methodology. So the principles and methods, are those in and of themselves reliable? And then has the witness reliably applied the principle and methods to the facts? The defense here is seeking to argue that the methodology was not reliable. They could do so on cross-examination by presenting a treatise that reaches contrary conclusions or provides contrary methodologies. They did not do so here, but I think the defense could also seek to attack the reliability of the principles and methods and how they were applied by presenting testimony of someone else to say that, okay, these principles and methods are not reliable because, even without getting to the ultimate conclusion, because that ultimate opinion, again, is irrelevant. And so in determining reliability, there's case law that talks about whether the methodology has been subjected to testing, whether it's been subject to peer reviews and publications, is there a potential rate of error, is it generally accepted? I think this witness could answer those kinds of questions. And so I'm going to overrule the state's objection and allow the witness to testify.
Yes, Ron, then I would call him to the stand.
Sorry, you can come to the witness stand. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please take a seat.
Morning,
Mr. Murray,
sir.
may I inquire?
Thank you. State your name one more time.
Christopher J. Borgert.
And would you spell it for the court reporter?
It's spelled the Christopher, Christopher, middle initial J, which stands for Jason, Jason. Borgert, B as in boy, Orgert.
And your occupation.
I'm a pharmacologist and toxicologist.
And how long have you been so employed? If you would just give a very brief resume, we're very short on time.
Sure. I received a PhD in medical sciences from the University of Florida Department of Pharmacology and Experimental Therapeutics. I then did a postdoctoral fellowship in toxicology at the University of Florida Center for Environmental and Human Toxicology, and I have practiced as an academician, but mostly as a private consultant. Since then, my degree was granted in '91. I completed my postdoctoral fellow in 1994, so it's been several decades practicing in that area.
And in that area and in your practice, what is it that you do?
Well, I evaluate a lot of different things, but I apply the basic scientific literature, and I don't mean textbooks, the basic scientific literature that's published in peer-reviewed journals, and I can explain that if need be. But I apply that to various questions. One of the big questions is how we regulate drugs and chemicals, and another question is in legal matters such as this.
Okay. And you've heard the concern referenced by the state regarding this, the specific focus of today's hearing not being maybe your opinion, if you had one, concerning whether or not this patient passed from lidocaine toxicity, but rather the procedures and methods used by Dr. Oleske in arriving at that conclusion. Do you understand that to be the focus of what we hear about today?
Yes.
Okay. In preparing for your testimony, both here and I'll get to the fact that you've testified elsewhere, what records or information have you reviewed?
Well, I've reviewed all the medical records that were available in the case. I've reviewed the EMS records, emergency medical records, and I've reviewed dozens and dozens of peer-reviewed scientific articles from peer-reviewed journals on the topic of at issue here.
In that regard, you heard you were here during Dr. Oleske's testimony, correct?
I was.
Okay, so you've heard her mention, I think, a couple of times that she reviewed a book, I think, and she used the catchphrase of basalt. Are you familiar with what she is speaking of?
Yeah, yes. Basalt is a textbook, disposition of toxic drugs, toxic chemicals and drugs in man, something like that, and
Okay.
to memory. It's been published in a number of different editions and expanded over the years. It's kind of a classic desk reference. It can be a place to start if you're looking for, if you're not knowledgeable about something at all and you're looking for some general information.
Okay, and then you heard her say that she also went to a seminar. I looked at a paper drafted by a Susan Eli. Are you familiar with her at all?
I'm not, but those are all secondary sources. What is required in my discipline is that we rely on the peer-reviewed literature that has been vetted through the peer review process, and that's, for instance, that's what Basalt summarizes. They summarize a few of the papers, so it's a good place to start for a literature search. But and it's generally for what it covers, it's a generally legitimate place to start looking. I wouldn't base any conclusions on Basalt's too general.
And my understanding is that you actually testified in a previous hearing, not in this particular case, but in the case dealing with the Department of Health and Dr. Brown and his medical license, correct?
That's correct.
And in preparation for that testimony, is that when you began your education of the medical records that you've testified to a moment ago?
Yes.
And also doing the peer review articles?
Yes, that's when I began. Well, I should clarify that I've addressed lidocaine previously, so I was already aware of some of the literature, but I, of course, updated that literature search and have recently updated it in the last week.
Okay, and a brief overview of, when you say you've dealt with the lidocaine issue before, a brief overview for the court's benefit of what that included.
Well, years ago, I had was a litigation brought to my attention, and the issue was a pleurodesis performed using lidocaine. In a nutshell, it was a 10x overdose of lidocaine administered directly to the pleural cavity for a particular surgical purpose, and there was really no question that it was lidocaine toxicity. The levels were high. The time course of the presentation of the symptoms and the death were appropriate for the way it was administered. So it was very clear that that was the cause of death. That wasn't the issue. The issue was how did that 10x dose make its way to the operating room unchecked through several different hands.
And that, it sounds like several years ago, began your at least awareness or research done on lidocaine concerns and toxicity?
No, lidocaine's a very old drug, as are this entire class of local anesthetic agents. So these were covered in graduate school and basic pharmacology courses. So I've been aware of the class of drugs for even longer.
Okay. And in preparing for the testimony you gave at the DOH hearing, you said you reviewed all the medical records and clinical notes of this case, correct?
That's correct.
A brief overview of the literature or the peer-reviewed literature that you consider to be significant in addressing this issue. The issue before you today, before the court, is how we determine toxicity, what we look at for lidocaine toxicity.
That's correct.
And what would that include?
Well, my initial investigation included the type of surgical procedure that was being administered, the way the lidocaine is used in that surgical procedure generally. I reviewed those peer-reviewed publications against the clinical notes and all the information I had available as to how Dr. Brown applied the lidocaine and the epinephrine, and there was a small amount of bupivacaine when it came to application to the face. So I compared that literature. I looked into the I'm going to use a term that hasn't been defined. The pharmaco or toxicokinetics is basically the way the drug is handled by the body. So I reviewed the complete body of literature on toxicokinetics of lidocaine at various administration levels and by various procedures. And then as things have progressed and other explanations have been offered, I've looked into every possibility as to how lidocaine administration could have been different than described in the medical records or these other theories that have been offered today, and tested those against the peer-reviewed literature as to whether those explanations hold up.
I guess I need to ask you to clear up what I confused a bit during my direct examination of Dr. Oleske, when we seemed to get caught up a little bit in what is tumescent application. That just could be starting out with a bad term. And then we talked about liposuction a little bit, and we talked about the potential of intravenous or entry into a vessel. Can you clear some of the foundational work for us in that regard?
Yes, this is an important area for a pharmacologist because you have to understand, let me back up. Pharmacology is the study of the beneficial uses of chemicals to treat or prevent or to reduce human disease and suffering. Toxicology is kind of the flip side of that coin. It looks at the adverse effects of the same parameters, drugs and chemicals, on the human body. So it's important to understand the conditions under which the human body encounters those drugs or chemicals. And so in this case, it's important to understand what tumescence means. And my conclusion from reading, as I say, dozens and dozens of papers, is this term is used, let's think of it as there's a tumescent procedure, and that involves two things. That involves a tumescent application technique, which is placing a very small needle just barely under the skin and working it around to make sure that the solution is spread throughout a small area, and then picking up the needle, moving it a bit, doing that again until you've covered an entire area of skin that's going to be incised with a scalpel. And to do that, you use what are termed tumescent solutions. So they're both, the term tumescent is used in both, but it's actually a procedure that has an application technique and particular types of solutions that are used. There's not just one standard tumescent solution that's used, at least not reflected in the medical scientific literature by the people who actually devised the technique and have tested it thoroughly and published extensively on the appropriate doses of lidocaine and epinephrine and other drugs that are used in that overall procedure.
And for your review of the medical records specific to this, both the clinical notes and the records themselves, were you able to ascertain how the delivery of the lidocaine was done in the various areas that it was delivered?
Yes, it's essentially the same application technique, because the goal is very similar, irrespective of whether the end result is, or the end goal is liposuction, which is to pull out some fat tissue, or whether it's to actually modify another site on the body by sometimes injection of small amounts of that fat, or other procedures. So it's overall a cosmetic. Overall a cosmetic technique, and so the details of the application are similar, and it's not unusual to use slightly different solutions depending on exactly what's being done, whether it's a cosmetic alteration on the face, say, versus liposuction of another part of the body.
Okay. And you sort of heard me say in a lay person that it's used to both numb the body or the area and also to plump it up. Is that, from your understanding of the literature, its purpose?
Yes, and that's my understanding after researching this thoroughly, is that that's one of the reasons for slightly different dilutions, is because you have different purposes, but you need, the one thing that's needed, or the primary goal of the lidocaine itself is to have that numbing effect. It's what's called a local anesthetic, and so you need it to stay local. It can't wander away, or it can't achieve its function, which is to numb the nerves, and then the patient doesn't actually feel any pain, often doesn't feel much at all in that area.
And is that why it's done subcutaneous and into the fat layers or whatever exists just below the surface of the skin?
Yes, but that's there are two purposes again. In the liposuction, fat is going to be removed. In other cosmetic surgeries, fat may not be removed, but you still inject it into that thin layer of fat, even if it's in the face, just under the skin, because you want to numb the skin and those tissues right under the skin, so that surgery isn't painful and annoying to the patient.
And you are familiar, of course, in your area of expertise, of the way the body deals with, is affected by a drug like lidocaine, and also how it metabolizes it?
Yes, we divide pharmacology and toxicology into two broad categories. There's pharmacokinetics, which is the way the body works on the drug and how the drug is absorbed and distributed through the body and then ultimately eliminated. And then there's pharmaco or toxicodynamics. That's the effect of the drug on the body. And as you can imagine, there can be an interplay there. Sometimes the pharmacodynamic effect of the drug on the body alters the way the body metabolizes the drug or distributes the drug. So they're not always completely inseparable, but we try to look at the details of each process and understand how one is affecting the other.
Okay, and with this, now focusing on this medical records that you looked at, what is the purpose, or what is the effect on the metabolizing of a drug like lidocaine if you're injecting into the fat as opposed to into a vessel?
Well, this gets into the, as I mentioned a few moments ago, in any methodology of, in this case, we're talking about some sort of an evaluation. It's important to consider the details and the specifics of the way that the body encounters the drug. Lidocaine is, and this whole entire class of drugs called local anesthetics, they're both water soluble, so you are able to dissolve them in water, but they're also very fat soluble, and that is a property that's necessary for them remaining local. And so when this class of drugs, which includes lidocaine, is injected into fat, it tends to bind to that fat and stay there. So that's an important point. Now, it doesn't stay there forever, of course, because there are blood vessels in that fat. The chemical does move around, diffuse is the word we use, and it will diffuse into the vessels and then find its way into the general circulation, where it's encountered by the liver, which is an organ that breaks down chemicals, including our own, our food and chemicals that our body produces, but certainly also drugs that we get from the outside, whether they're drugs or other chemicals. So the liver breaks those down. That's the primary organ for doing that. There are some other organs involved, but there's a kinetics to that process, a series of events that relate to what happens to that drug in time. And so you have to consider that for the lidocaine alone. And then you also have to consider the effect of other drugs in the solution, and the primary one here is, of course, that's already been mentioned, is epinephrine, and that constricts the blood vessels so that process of diffusion of the lidocaine from the fat into the general circulation is slowed, and there are, in this particular procedure, there are two reasons for that. It helps to keep the lidocaine in that fat tissue and the skin, because the skin is what's being cut primarily. So it keeps the lidocaine in place longer so that its numbing effect is prolonged, and because you want it to be prolonged long enough to finish the surgery and stitch it back up, and there not be immediate pain. And it has the other beneficial effect of reducing the amount of bleeding as the surgery is being done. So as a pharmacologist and toxicologist, I have to think about what's the purpose here, and what drugs can assist this, the goals of this kind of surgical procedure. So that's what you must consider.
Okay. And you heard some testimony from Dr. Oleske regarding the issue of metabolism of tumescently injected solution versus if it was injected into a vessel. Did you hear her testify about these delays or these half-lives? Were you familiar with her testimony in that regard?
Yes,
okay.
But that was, yes, I recall the
okay.
testimony.
And if you would explain then to the court the significance of understanding and using that information in properly evaluating the way the lidocaine is being absorbed and metabolized.
Yes. So the discussion this morning was rather confused. There are two processes occurring here. The first process is as I described, the injection with the small needle into the fat, the distribution of that drug solution in the skin and the fat layer just below the skin. So that is one process. All right. The second process then is, for purposes of the discussion of lidocaine toxicity and potential complications of lidocaine toxicity, is the movement of that lidocaine, and in this case, epinephrine, from the fat tissue into the small vessels and into the general circulation. That is a distribution issue. That is not metabolism. And that is not, drug half-life relates to the clearance of the drug, the rate at which the drug disappears from the bloodstream. So we can't really talk intelligently about half-lives and metabolism until we're talking about drug that is in the general circulation in the body. So the half-life of lidocaine, a therapeutic dose of lidocaine, and let me make a brief digression here. There's a difference between dose, which is the amount given, and we talk about dose often either as an amount of the drug or as an amount of drug per body weight of the patient. That's the most accurate way of talking about it. And then we also talk about, and it's sometimes some of your questions, Mr. O'Mara, use the word dose, and I think more properly I would have asked the question in terms of the blood level, because they're not the same thing. A dose will produce a certain blood level given a certain size person. So it's important. Let's distinguish the dose, what's administered, from the drug, the concentration that's in the blood. All right, so the half-life of therapeutic drug levels of lidocaine are not different depending on whether the administration was tumescent or subcutaneous or intravenous. So the half-life is not different, but they have different starting points, because when, for example, when you inject a drug directly into the vessel, that distributes throughout the bloodstream very quickly. And so there's initially a very high level, and then as it encounters the liver and is metabolized and is excreted from the body, that drug level starts to go down. The difference with tumescent administration is that there's a long lag period until that drug reaches the blood, and it's not a lag period that goes something like this: zero drug, and then all of a sudden it gets into the system. It's slowly leaking into the system over a long period of time. So as soon as a little bit of the drug is in the system, then in your bloodstream, when I say the system, I mean your bloodstream, as soon as some of the drug is in the system, it's being metabolized by the liver and eliminated. So you've got two processes going on then, the absorption and the elimination. The half-life relates to the elimination, half-life relates to that disappearance part of the process. And so it's complicated when you've got a delayed or continuous absorption over a long period of time versus immediate absorption from something like an intravenous bolus. And when you're talking about something like a subcutaneous injection, that really depends on what kind of subcutaneous you mean. For cosmetic surgery, it's a tumescent application. It's subcutaneous by the same kind of, as I understand it, the very same needle procedure. You may use lower volumes in the face and such, so therefore you need to have a little higher concentration of the lidocaine to achieve the same numbing effect, the same anesthetic effect, whereas you're giving, perhaps the same dose per area of tissue in the fat, but you dilute it more because you're trying to get more water into that fat. But those are in that sense, the subcutaneous route is essentially the tumescent route. But other subcutaneous routes would be, when you're going a little deeper, those, and perhaps not using epinephrine, those could be intermediate between that intravenous dose, which gives you the very high peak, and the pure tumescent administration where there's a long lag in the distribution into the bloodstream.
In your review of the medical records, in preparing both the testimony at the DOH hearing and the testimony here today, were there any indications that you had that there was anything other than a tumescent delivery of the lidocaine?
Not from any of the medical records, no. And there was actually, there were notes from Dr. Brown that described the way he diluted. He actually intended for the solution used for the face to be a slightly higher concentration because in his experience, there's a lot of nerves in the face, so the face is very sensitive. And
I'm going to object at this point. This sounds like this is based on a conversation you had with Dr. Brown.
No, I'm sorry, it is
Wait,
not.
hold on just 1 second, because the judge has to rule on the objection before you say a word.
Well, whether it's records or a conversation with Dr. Brown, this is, again, going towards my initial concern. This has nothing to do with Dr. Oleske. This is basically bolstering his opinion as to the levels.
I might be able to focus him a bit, Your Honor. I do think that he can testify concerning medical records as part of the foundation for his expert opinion, but I will focus him away from focusing him on the methods that I think he needs to focus on.
Yes, sir.
So when making a determination of lidocaine toxicity and the effect on the body, the negative effect on the body, what criteria should be looked at, and how do you apply, and what criteria and evidence should be looked at in making that determination?
Okay, the methodology that needs to be used is to look at all of the records, and these are notes I'm getting from, these are written records. These are not had any, I have not had any conversations with Dr. Brown about exactly what he did or how he did it. These are coming from the records that I reviewed. There were written records. So that was described. Now I'm aware from deposition testimony that there were other reports of other things going on, and I considered those too. So it's important in a methodology, when you're coming up with a conclusion of whether a drug or a chemical caused something in a human, to look at all possible scenarios. The scenario that was described in detail in the written records, and I also considered other scenarios that are less well documented, but came from testimony of other people. So those, in terms of the method, it's important to go down both of those and any other scenarios you can think of to consider all of those.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but to be clear, you're referencing exactly what Dr. Oleske was referencing, which is a couple of witnesses saying that there may have been a high concentration of lidocaine if they didn't see the dilution that you saw in the medical records. You considered that as a possibility as well. Is that accurate?
I did. I considered basically three. The scenario that's described in the written records, the testimony of some other individuals, and before I understood more about what Dr. Oleske's theories were, I also considered what would happen, what would the picture look like if it were somehow if the lidocaine solution were somehow injected directly into a vessel. So I considered all three scenarios. I think that from a methodological standpoint, that's always important to consider every possible scenario to evaluate, is this possible by one or another scenario?
Well, let's talk about that because you've reviewed her, obviously you heard her testimony here today. You've reviewed her deposition taken by me a few months ago, correct? And you just have to say yes so that we all hear you. I watched you say yes, but
Okay, I didn't know that was a separate question.
it was.
All right, okay.
Sorry.
It's yes, and you're going on. So-
Yes, and then you also reviewed her deposition in anticipation of the Department of Health hearing, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In all of those statements from Dr. Oleske and in her written report, what concerns do you have about the methodology that she used in coming up with the decision or diagnosis, if you will, of lidocaine toxicity? And it's a compound question. And what other methodologies do you think she failed to use in doing so?
Well, her methodology seems to have changed a bit. Initially, in her deposition for the Department of Health, which occurred first, she reiterated the statement that this is a clinical diagnosis, and that's one of my first points of criticism. Is that let's parse the situations here. Yes, lidocaine toxicity is clinically, and when I say clinically, that's in the realm of treating a live patient, of diagnosing what's going on with a patient and treating a live patient. There's another realm that's forensic. In other words, it's looking backwards at what happened. You often don't have a blood level for everything you might like to have a blood level on in the clinical situation in the moment. So that diagnosis can appropriately include a conservative diagnosis of lidocaine toxicity because, as was mentioned, there is an emulsion therapy, and just let me tie the link there. The lipid emulsion is a solution used to bind up the lidocaine in the blood. That's a fat solution. So just like that fat binds lidocaine, the fat under the skin binds lidocaine and holds on to it. But there's a difference between a clinical determination when all the facts are not yet at hand and a forensic determination where you look back at all the facts that have emerged and you have a chance to dig into all of the medical peer-reviewed journals, look at all of the data, and come up with a conclusion. So, sure, in the moment, it is a clinical diagnosis, but when you're looking back, you have to take all of the factors into account. And as I say, it's important to look through the various scenarios. So Dr. Oleske first determined lidocaine toxicity on the basis of ruling out other things and concluding that that was what was left. She initially did not seem to be aware of the clinical lab report on the 3.4 nanograms per mil, or the proper units. That was determined at 7:40 p.m., which is about 3 hours and 30 minutes to 3 hours and 40 minutes after Hillary Brown experienced her event, her seizure-like event. So she misconstrued the reference range with a detection limit, so she seemed to be somewhat unaware of that, and that was not a part of her initial conclusion. It now has become part of her conclusion, and various theories have been offered as to how that conclusion could still be correct. But again, from a methodology standpoint, those scenarios have not been cleanly separated, and the appropriate factors have not been applied to the various scenarios. And I think that's would be then my main problem with this. And I'm sorry, I'm going on too much
No, that's
here.
okay. And
But
if
we need to get into, for instance, the half-life discussion. What half-life applies to which scenario, and what actually are we addressing when we address the tumescent procedure versus injection into a vessel or just injection into the fat under the skin. Those are different scenarios. There's literature that describes what might occur in each of those situations, and we have to apply the various relevant parameters to the right scenario, and that would be my main criticism.
Right, and I do want to focus on, it sounds as though that was a concern that you had with her methodology, because in one sense, she seemed to be unaware, even for the first go-round of her diagnosis, of even that a lab test existed. Is that what you're saying?
That is what I'm saying.
Okay. And what failing do you find in that, in the methodology that she used to initially come up with a diagnosis as she did?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, in a forensic sense, you need to take account of all of the information, not only in the written records as to how the drug was administered and oral testimony from others. All of that has to be evaluated, but those are different scenarios that have to be evaluated separately. And the drug level, while alone, does not provide a definitive answer. When you actually look at the peer-reviewed literature, it provides an incredible amount of information, but you would only know that by looking at the individual publications and seeing the individual lidocaine levels in patients who are administered lidocaine by the different scenarios. That helps you put that 3.4 nanograms per mil into a context where you can understand, not within 100%, nothing is 100% certain, but within a very, very high degree of medical scientific certainty as to whether those levels were going up or down. So it's those kinds of things that are absolutely necessary to reach reliable and conclusions that will stand up to a rigorous test.
And you heard her answer the questions that I posed to her during my direct examination. However, what did she actually look at? What literature? She mentioned again a couple of ones. The seminar she went to with Miss Eli, and then the basalt. Do you find a failing with her decision not to look at the peer-reviewed literature that was available to you and presumably available to her before making that determination?
Yes, that's the only way you can. I mean, you have to go to the basic data. You have to go to what's published, not just a summary that's provided in a textbook. There's no way that a textbook can cover all the details that you need to investigate when you've got a complicated situation like this.
You heard her testimony that the 3.4 in and of itself, and you started to say this, I think, in a vacuum is not particularly instructive, but had she looked at the peer review literature that you did, would it have been, is the 3.4 then instructive or relevant for consideration in a proper methodology of coming up with that diagnosis?
It definitely is.
In what way?
Well, it's key because let's go through the different scenarios. In the scenario of what's in Dr. Brown's written records, that administration would produce a blood level, and we can look at that. The procedure started at 1 p.m. Hillary Brown's seizure event occurred sometime after 4 p.m. The exact time is not exactly clear, but sometime between somewhere around 4 p.m. when EMS was called, so around 4:23, I believe. So it occurred in that time frame, or before 4:30. We can look at that scenario, at what a blood level 3.5 roughly to 6.5 hours after a procedure, and look at it in the tumescent context, and just to cut to the chase, in every published example, levels are going up, still increasing. I'll draw it backwards for you. Still increasing, backwards to me, so that you can think about it from left to right in your context. Still increasing at 6 hours. In no case is a level higher at a previous time point. That's one scenario. So that scenario would predict that Hillary Brown would be well below 5, what's universally considered, even considering sensitive individuals, below 5 nanograms per mil is within the therapeutic range. Above 1.5 nanograms per mil to 5 is non-toxic. At about 6, some people can begin to experience some subjective symptoms. They can say, I feel a little funny. But objective symptoms occur at higher blood levels. So that comes from a lot of data over correlating the clinical observation with the blood level. So that's one scenario. Then you have to take other scenarios and evaluate them within the context of all the information, which still includes that 3.4 nanogram per mil drug level. So if it were injected directly into a vessel, could you get a 3.4 nanogram per mil much later? And again, remember you've got a very high, in that case you would have a very high initial blood level, but you would also have the blood level that is increasing from the tumescent procedure. But here we have to then talk about half-life, and two things occur. The half-life of lidocaine is much longer at very high blood levels. In other words, blood levels in the toxic range. So if you were to inject lidocaine directly into a vessel at that kind of a toxic dose, that lidocaine would have a longer half-life, and so would all of the lidocaine in her system, because the reason is there are many reasons for it, but the main reason is that lidocaine is carried in the blood, normally at lower levels dissolved, but there's a carrier protein called alpha-1 acid glycoprotein that binds lidocaine. And as the concentration of lidocaine goes up, more of the lidocaine is bound to that protein, and it's not available for metabolism. So the metabolism of lidocaine, when it's at very high concentrations in the blood, occurs at a slower rate. So you can't apply that 45 to 90 minute half-life that you see when you test healthy volunteers within the therapeutic range
I want to
to a
interrupt you.
patient with a toxic level.
Yeah.
So that's the second scenario.
And I'm going to want to get to the third scenario, but trying to, again,
Okay,
focus
sorry.
on the issue really to be focused on is what Dr. Oleske did or failed to do within her methodology and comporting that methodology to the facts of the case. And it sounds like you're going through the scenario, no matter what scenario, I want you to get to your concerns with the methodology, but I want to focus you on, had she done that analysis that you are just now describing, what effect might that have on the propriety of a methodology and maybe the result?
Right, and I apologize for going on that.
No,
I was getting
I
into
can-
the weeds, but what I'm trying to convey is that her methodology failed to do that. She failed to break out those various scenarios and say, okay, under one scenario, what information, what does that 3.4 tell us? Is that consistent with a particular scenario? Let's look at the second scenario. Is the 3.4, it is a piece of information, it's a reliable piece of information. Is it consistent with scenario number 2? Is it consistent with scenario number 3? And for each of those scenarios, you have to apply the appropriate factors, and that's what she didn't do. She didn't lay out those scenarios and then systematically evaluate them to determine which one made sense. She instead used a clinical diagnosis and then seemed to pick and choose various facts to sort of fit a narrative. That's not a scientifically sound methodology. That doesn't allow you to achieve consistent interpretations, no matter what the facts given. If you use that kind of a methodology where you parse it out, you consider the various scenarios that may have been possible and determine which one might be most consistent with the data, that will give you reliable answers. If you don't do that, it will lead to perhaps completely wrong answers, but certainly answers that you can't have any confidence in and won't necessarily be consistent, doing that type of an evaluation over and over again. So that's my primary concern, because it changes your conclusion depending on what particular facts you mix and match.
And you said earlier that her testimony somewhat developed or modified or changed over time. For example, the first deposition, she seemed unaware of the 3.4 at all, and then she did. Can you explain the concerns you have, not simply with her testimony, but the methods that she seemed to be employing through the various iterations of her testimony, and the concerns you have with that?
Right. Well, in the first iteration of her conclusion, she was basing on a clinical diagnosis, and that was all of it, and she somewhat dismissed the clinical lab value for the lidocaine level, because she said, well, I don't know what the reference range means there. She said perhaps it could be a detection limit. The detection limit was actually listed too. She kind of dismissed it as to, well, I'm not sure what that means. It doesn't really matter. Now she's talking about half-lives and how if a very high toxic level occurred at the time of Hillary's seizure event, how using actually an incorrect, inapplicable, irrelevant value for the half-life, you could get back to the 3.4. I haven't seen her calculation, but I know that you could get there, but it involves applying the wrong half-life factor. And then, so that's an evolution. And but one of the things that's been consistent is this temporal relationship she draws between the application of the lidocaine solution to the face and the appearance of the symptoms. I could find, and now her explanation is that it can get to the face or get into the bloodstream because of the vascularity of the face more quickly than from the type of application that's made for liposuction, and that could occur rapidly. But she didn't say how rapidly. I was able to find one single case report that actually reported lidocaine toxicity following that kind of an application without epinephrine, or appears to be out without epinephrine. There were a lot of details in that case report that unfortunately were missing, but two salient things pop out, and this is exactly what you would predict from what I just described. Is even though the face has a lot of blood vessels in it, it also has fat under the skin. The lidocaine binds to that fat, and in that case report, which did result in death, the patient was administered 71 milligrams per kilogram body weight. Hillary Brown was administered less than 24 milligrams per kilogram.
At this point, I think we're back on to
All right.
he simply disagrees with Dr. Oleske.
No, it's methodology.
Time out.
Sorry.
Let the judge decide, but I would like to respond before you rule.
Yes, sir.
Again, I mentioned in the beginning, there is going to be a little bit of bleeding over into it, but if we're going to deal with my expert talking about whether or not a proper methodology was applied and applied to the facts of the case, I do think that his determination of what Dr. Oleske did in fact ignore or not give proper consideration to, that is in fact her methodology, and whether or not she applied it to the facts. So if he has a fact right here, 3.4 is sort of an easy example. In her first deposition, she didn't know about it, so she ignored it. In the second deposition, she sort of tried to explain it away. But that's easy to say if you fail to consider the 3.4, which she still sort of is doing, that may be a failing of methodology and applying the facts, because you can't just ignore the 3.4. That's my argument. You don't have to accept that. But what he's now testifying to is similar in that there are undeniable facts of the pharmacology or the kinetics of the drug that she stayed ignorant of, and in her ignorance did not properly apply a reliable methodology. Because had she done what I'm going to argue to you she should have done and look at this literature, she would have found exactly what this doctor is now testifying to, because it's there and it's supposed to be relied on. So that's why I think he should be allowed to continue his testimony. I agree, do not consider it, I don't think you will, that he's saying she's wrong in a diagnosis, so that's for another day maybe. But the methodology that he's testifying to, I think, is relevant.
So at this point, the methodology is she should have read that one case report where the 71 milligrams was applied. And she didn't do that, so that's a failure.
Not solely, but yes. I mean, not solely, because that's in context of all the other literature that she failed to consider, that he's been testifying
Right.
to.
But he's mentioned this is one, she didn't consider it, she should have. Is there anything else we need to glean from that?
Well, I don't think it's just, I don't think that he was saying that she failed here because I found an article she didn't read. I think that article, the significance of the article, even at a much higher dosage, we still have to talk about the way the body reacted to it. So I think it's not just she failed reading one article, so her opinion is poor. I think it's just the sort of the entirety of what she did and the method she was using ignored a lot of evidence, not just one article, but all of the articles, and not just the articles themselves, but the way those articles would have educated her to view the facts, because it's the facts that she sort of decided to fit into a diagnosis and not the other way around. So I think that's what he's testifying to, and I certainly don't mind an instruction to the witness. Talk about that. Stop talking about whether or not she missed the diagnosis.
Yeah.
Tell me why she missed it.
All right. I'm trying to make sure that the defense is able to make the argument they want to make and that they have sufficient testimony from which to make it. I do think there's been some portions of the testimony that are getting a little far afield. I also note this was a 2-hour hearing. We're now at almost 3.5 hours, and I'm giving you the extra time. But I'm going to overrule the state's objection. But defense counsel needs to keep the witness focused on principles and methods and how they were applied.
Yes, Your Honor.
And I will say, Your Honor, I do agree with Mr. Omar, and that there is some overlap. I recognize that.
Yes, sir. I've seen it, and there hasn't been an objection, and we've gone on, but
Yes, sir.
we need to keep this focused so this hearing does end.
So it can end. Yes,
Yes.
I agree. And I do appreciate the consideration. I know I took longer with Dr. Oleske than even I planned, but let's move this one along. You understand the concern? And if you can just focus again, we're really here on just that, which is the methodology used and the application to the facts.
I do, and I apologize. I was using that case report just as an example, not as saying that the problem was missing the case report. It illustrates the methodological problem that if you are considering a subdermal or subcutaneous application, you also have to consider the literature that shows the kinetics of that particular scenario. The fact is that happens to be that there is a time lag and symptoms would still take a couple of hours to start to begin, not be immediate. That would be the direct injection into the vessel scenario. So that's what I'm talking about. The methodology is conflating different pieces of information that don't belong together. And so this is why methodologically you have to separate out the scenarios and apply the appropriate medical pharmacological data to the scenario you're evaluating. And that's how you are able to interpret the 3.4 nanogram per mil clinical level.
And in a methodology that you would have employed or that you would have educated other people to employ, how would the 3.4 have fit into a proper consideration in the methodology, since it is one fact that at least initially seemed to have been ignored?
In a nutshell, the 3.4 level is inconsistent with these other two scenarios. And there are reasons for that. I will, at the risk, so that I don't go on and unduly delay us, I'll just say it's inconsistent with those other two scenarios. The scenario that it's consistent with is the tumescent application. And that's, so you do arrive at a different conclusion, but it requires using a proper methodology where you separate out the scenarios and use the information that's the clinical pharmacology that's appropriate to each scenario.
So then, in addition to the 3.4, putting that to the side, other concerns that you had with the way she interviewed or the way she interpreted or applied the facts of this case to come up with the diagnosis. Not, again, staying as far away as we can from you may consider it an inappropriate diagnosis, not for today, but the methodology that she used and the facts. Any concerns that you have with either other facts that were ignored, reinterpreted, misinterpreted, or applied to the methodology of how to determine the pharmacokinetics of lidocaine on this person.
Yes, and it has to do with the logic employed along with the conflating of mixing of different information. Dr. Oleske just told us that you in response to your question as to what she believed the level of lidocaine was in Hillary Brown at the time of her seizure. Dr. Oleske's testimony was that it was high enough to cause a seizure. And earlier she had testified that she relied on the information provided by some individuals who were in the room about the application, and she believed that because Hillary Brown had the seizure event that would have been indicative of a high level of lidocaine. That's circular reasoning to say, I'm confident it was lidocaine toxicity because a high level was administered, and I'm confident that the testimony about the high level being administered was correct because I saw lidocaine toxicity. One depends on the other. It's not an independent evaluation, and that type of circular reasoning is just fraught with immeasurable error. It could be right at times. It can be very, very wrong at times, and there's no way to discern when you're correct and when you're not correct. That's a methodological problem that is very significant.
Anything else that when you reviewed all the medical records for various testimonies, that you see to be a failing or concern with the methodology that she used, or the fault in whatever methodology she seemed to have been presented through her testimonies, particularly here today?
Just mentioning conferring with other experts, for example, I think in conferring with other experts is something I do. I collaborate with many scientists, and am doing so on a publication on this particular case, as a matter of fact, because it needs to be published in the medical scientific literature. But my collaborator sees all the facts. You can't get another expert's opinion without providing them the opportunity to do what I just described, so that they can also come to a conclusion. Simply getting that kind of a corroboration over a telephone call, I find to be problematic. I don't put much stock in that. I might use that kind of a method to find out if someone would be interested in collaborating with me and actually doing an independent look at it. But it's not corroboration or refutation one way or another. If they had come up with a conclusion that said they disagreed, I wouldn't give it much weight either way, because they haven't had a chance to break out the various scenarios and work through them.
I also want to spend just a moment on the fact that when you first reviewed some of the medical records, all of the medical records, and the clinical notes, and Dr. Oleske's evaluation and her deposition. She was not called to testify at the DOH hearing, correct?
I'd
Okay.
have to go from
May
her
not be right.
testimony. I
That's
would
okay.
not have been in the room.
Sorry.
But to my knowledge, she did not.
But it led you to actually draft her a letter evidencing some of these concerns, correct?
Yes.
Was that letter a sort of analysis of what you thought were the failings in her methodology?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this point for relevance.
Mr. Romero, what's the relevance of if he pointed out her alleged failures to her?
It documents his history, his initial opinion concerning his concerns with methodology that brings him here today. I'm not bringing it as some prior consistent statement, but he evidenced this concern back in October 25 when he said, what about this, what about that, and what about the other? And quite honestly, I'm a bit frustrated, I don't want to go too far afield, with the fact that an expert in the field of toxicology says, maybe you should look at this, and I don't think she took the time to read the letter. But I do think that it's relevant. If not, I mean, the state's aware of the letter. I think he's testified to a lot of the concerns therein. I just wanted, I guess, the court to be aware of his presentation 10 months ago, 9 months ago, with his concerns about the methodology that led him to testify before you here today.
I'm going to sustain the state's objection. I would think he has no knowledge of whether she read the letter or not and what weight she gave it. Also, wouldn't be admissible as a prior consistent statement. See, what I'm saying today is the same thing I said 10 months ago.
Right.
As far as whether this has some bearing on her methodology, it sounds like her methodology was already complete by the time that he had sent the letter. She had reached her conclusion. He certainly disagrees with it. He disagrees with her methodology. But one expert sending another expert a letter saying, here's where I think you went wrong, I don't think that really has any bearing on this hearing today, so I'm sustaining the
Yes, sir.
objection.
With that, no further evidence of this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Alderman, you may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Just briefly, I believe you mentioned earlier that you had previously testified once regarding lidocaine. Is that correct?
At the Department of Health hearing, yes.
What, prior to that, prior to being involved in this case?
I have not testified. I don't believe I testified in that particular case. It was resolved.
Okay. And you had mentioned sort of research, that you had updated your research. Since that case that you said resolved, had you done any research into lidocaine specifically in the meantime before taking this case?
I have. I don't recall exactly what it was. I've had other questions arise about lidocaine. I've been asked other questions, but actually in legal contexts, and I've provided that information, but it hasn't led to my being involved as an expert witness.
I believe you said it was important when making a determination that a person should rely on different sources of information. Is that correct?
Well, the sources of information that are available in a particular case, I don't know that it's necessary to include every piece of information, but any information that helps you construct various scenarios, yes. In
Right,
general, yes.
You don't want to look at just one source and reach a conclusion from that, correct? You want to look at different sources of information. You mentioned specifically witness statements and medical records, correct?
Well, I said in this case there were some witness statements that I was aware of.
Yes,
I was aware of those through deposition testimony.
And is that important, to look at witness statements and medical records?
It can be, yes, it can
In
be,
this case, was it important?
yes.
Okay.
maybe I was not clear. That's why I said those different pieces of information create distinctly different scenarios. And it's important to walk through those. If you're going to consider a piece of information, you consider the implications of that. Those were completely different scenarios. There were actually three.
Yes, sir, and you should
They're not
consider
mixed,
different
they're
scenarios,
not mixed.
correct?
They're not mixed into one. They're three different scenarios. And what Dr. Oleske's method involved is kind of using some of one and some of another and kind of melding it all into one, what she called a clinical diagnosis. But in fact, those different pieces of information lead to distinctly different scenarios, and her method didn't take that into account at all.
And when you speak of clinical diagnosis, you're talking about her finding as the cause of death, correct?
Yes, I am. She called it a clinical diagnosis. I wouldn't call it a clinical diagnosis because after the fact, it's a forensic evaluation. The clinical diagnosis would occur in the moment, and they're different things. So yes, lidocaine toxicity is a clinical diagnosis when faced with a patient exhibiting symptoms and a temporal history of lidocaine administration that could be consistent with that. That's a clinical determination. You don't need a level to tell you that you might need to administer emulsion therapy. It's very different to have months to look back over all the facts and reconstruct the distinctly different scenarios that might apply.
Right, and you mentioned the difference between clinical and forensic in terms of the current versus looking back. I mean, you understand that a medical examiner, by their very nature, their entire job is looking back and making a diagnosis. Would you agree?
I don't. You're implying something I don't think I agree with. I agree that they're looking back and making a determination. That's different than a clinical diagnosis occurring in the clinic in real time. So I think it's important not to mix those two concepts. And I think that was another thing that I started out saying that. It's another thing that occurred here is.
Well, sir, my question was, you understand that a medical examiner, everything they do is looking backwards to figure out what happened, correct? You'd agree with that?
Well, that's what it was supposed to be, and that's what was confusing, is she seemed to be saying this was a clinical diagnosis.
Sir, again, if you listen to my question.
Well, that's what I say. My understanding is that that's what a medical examiner's job is, not to do what she seems to have done here, is to put herself in the clinical situation and make a clinical diagnosis. It's to make a
Again, sir,
forensic
my question wasn't
diagnosis.
about Dr. Oleske.
Oh, okay.
My question was, you understand that a medical examiner, their entire job is looking back and figuring out what happened, correct?
It's supposed to be, yes.
Okay, you'd agree with that, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you said she sort of picked and chose her facts in terms of what she considered important, correct?
That's part of it.
You said that, right?
Yes, I said some other things too that are important, but yes,
Okay.
it's not only records and testimony. It's then data from the medical scientific literature that she failed to apply in the correct context.
Now, you have no training or background in forensic pathology, correct?
I'm not a pathologist, no, of any sort, forensic or otherwise.
You've never conducted an autopsy, correct?
No, I have not.
Have you ever made a determination about cause of death?
Yes.
Have you testified to that?
Well, I gave that opinion previously in a lidocaine case, but yes, even since then, I have when it involves drugs or chemicals. I need to make that very clear distinction. I'm not a physician. I don't evaluate other potential causes of death, but there have been times when I have been able to. The facts were of such that I could make the conclusion that a death was or was not caused by a chemical, and so yes, I've done that before.
Would that be, say, someone overdosed on fentanyl
that kind of a determination, yes, that people had lethal levels of drugs in their system that were consistent with all of the facts, and working through all the, as I described here, working through all the various possibilities, that was clearly the reliable conclusion that the cause of death was a drug or chemical.
But beyond that, you do not make a determination about a cause of death, correct?
Not outside of my field, no, not outside of the field of pharmacology and toxicology. So things like toxicity of lidocaine would be within my field. Things like, the cause of the anatomical cause of a person's cardiac arrhythmia would not be within my field, for example.
You mentioned the peer-reviewed literature, but you did not specify any. Are there other specifics of the literature that you reviewed?
I specified numerous publications in my letter to Dr. Oleske. I referenced numerous publications in my testimony before the Department of Health. I relied almost solely on peer-reviewed publications, so I've provided those. And I only became aware of Dr. Oleske's deposition testimony on Sunday evening. So I asked Mr. Romero whether I should bring copies of those publications with me, and he indicated I didn't need to do that. But I've even identified other peer-reviewed publications, had a chance to review them, to try to ascertain exactly how much the half-life of lidocaine would be delayed at the higher doses. I described in my deposition that you took that was the case, but I identified.
Let's get back on track here.
Okay, all right. Sorry.
My original question was, you mentioned peer-reviewed literature, but today you do not go into specifics, correct?
I haven't been asked to, but I would be glad to if you'd like to talk about some of them.
I would. And where I'm trying to get to is on your letter, or whatever you want to call it, to Dr. Oleske that Mr. Amar had mentioned. Trying to find the right page. There is a page you referred to as, I think it's supposed to say referred publications. Is that what you're referencing in terms of literature that you reviewed?
Well, I didn't say that was all the literature I reviewed. I provided her a subset of the literature that I included in as part of my testimony to the Department of Health. I didn't memorize the letter. If you can hand me a copy of it, I can answer your questions better.
Yes, sir. And I'm not gonna. And my point was, I'm not going to ask you to read all these items. But is this the literature that you're referring to when you say you looked at peer-reviewed literature?
Can you show me the statement and can you show me the letter? I'll be glad to address it. I know I referenced, for instance.
I'll get him a, if you don't mind,
I don't
I'll
have
get him a hard copy.
Yeah, I don't have a physical.
I get it.
My copy is
Just so you know
27
what I'm
pages.
looking at here. Oh, 27 pages? Yeah. I'll include all of it. Give me 1 second.
Because you didn't take these attachments.
That's fine. This is all of it?
Is yours 27 pages?
Yeah, I think it is. It includes all of that. And
Okay, this is what I'm kind of referring to.
No, I think what you're referring to is right here. It's this one, page 4. I think, is that it?
Yeah, that's.
Right. I think it's page 4. The one you were just looking at, that's his resume.
Okay.
I think page 4. I'm going to give him this.
Yeah.
I can approach you.
Yes, sir, you may.
Thank you.
So, Doctor, I believe if you look at page 4 there of your letter/report, there is a list of references.
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay, so when you earlier referred to peer-reviewed literature, is that the type of literature that you're talking about?
Some of it is. I included some general references like the Basalt reference in here, but most of these are from the peer-reviewed medical scientific literature that I referred to, yes.
Okay. And this is literature you relied on, forming your opinion about the lidocaine and the toxicity, correct?
Now, this is an important part of that body of literature, yes.
I mean, we admit that page forward because it has his resume and it also has the other references, but not his letter itself.
I don't know the rest of it, just about, I think the judge needs to see that page in terms of what he's looking at.
Okay, but here's no response. So yes, but if you're going to say, okay, for this, then I want everything else that he has on his resume. See, you want me to refer them anyway. I'm certainly going to keep out the letter, but what he sent her, you should take a look at this stuff. His resume, which just has all of the other stuff on it. How about just those two? Yeah. That's an in.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Yes, sir.
Just.
Can I get stickers for defense 2 and 3, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
And 3.
Mr. Amari, you may redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Okay. May this witness be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Shawman, do you agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go. You're also free to stay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any other witnesses for the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Any other witnesses for the state?
No, Your Honor. Obviously, I would have called Dr. Oleske.
Yes, sir.
Handle all that.
All right. Mr. Alderman, what's the state's argument as to why this motion should be denied?
Your Honor, you heard from Dr. Oleske, her training and background. She freely admits she's not a toxicologist. She's not but she is a forensic pathologist, and part of her job is reviewing different sources of information to come to a final conclusion. They can look at pictures, medical records, witness statements, photographs, toxicology reports. All sort of goes into a blender for her to make a final determination. Here, she followed that procedure. She looked at numerous medical records from both the clinic, the hospital, EMS records. She reviewed witness statements. And she also ruled out, I won't go through them all, but you heard all the things that she ruled out. And there are cases, I have a couple of cases here if the court needs them, that talk about the rule out diagnosis in terms of sometimes a medical examiner does not have all the possible information. There was a case, I think it's Huck v. State, where a lady had washed up on shore. She's bound, hands and feet bound, and because of the condition of the body, it was difficult to make a 100% diagnosis, but the medical examiners had ruled out certain things. And obviously they can take things into consideration, such as how the body is found or the circumstances. And so in that case, the medical examiner made a determination of suffocation, either through drowning or before drowning. But that case says that the medical examiner is allowed to make that kind of diagnosis. You're ruling things out. You can't be 100% certain, again, depending on the condition of the body. But can you rule out, to a reasonable degree, other causes of death? And ultimately, that's what we have here, where Dr. Oleske put in, I would say, quite a bit of legwork. She mentioned about the organ donation, and following up on that, that she did not typically go to those lengths. She followed up on the organs to see if there were any problems with any of those. And so she's doing all this to reach this conclusion. Again, she is not a certified toxicologist, but she doesn't need to be to make a cause of death. That's just one of the factors that she relies upon. I think she said, it's often a factor. Oftentimes, it's the most important factor that you rely on, especially in an overdose death, where there are no visible symptoms of injury, but they rely on toxicological findings. I think it's also important to note that her findings ultimately weren't that Hillary died or was poisoned, as she said, an acute poisoning of toxicology, but that it led to a seizure and a cascading sequence of events that ultimately resulted in her death. And so, we can argue about the 3.4 and whether those levels were toxic or non-toxic, but that's not really the argument for today. The argument for today is she qualified to give this opinion? She stated she did research into lidocaine. Obviously, she's not an expert, but she's researching it, and that is factoring in her opinion. She didn't just rely simply on the lidocaine. She's ruling out all these other potentials. And ultimately, that is her job, is determining a cause of death. And toxicology is often a large part of that. And the work that she did in ruling out any, stroke, heart attack, physical trauma, she made this diagnosis with, I think her phrase was, a reasonable degree of medical certainty. That is her opinion. And that is her entire job. She's done thousands of autopsies. She's testified dozens of times, specifically about cause of death. And in this case, her opinion, in reviewing everything, is that this is what ultimately led to her death. I believe the state has shown that she has a well-founded basis for making that determination. This wasn't guesswork. She was systematically eliminating causes of death. And in her opinion, the symptoms that were described to her and that were witnessed by some of the people that were there were consistent with the lidocaine toxicity. She referenced the ER doctor. And in her opinion, all of this was consistent with the lidocaine toxicity, and that formed her opinion. The state would ask that Dr. Oleske is allowed to testify in the realm of lidocaine toxicity or complications led to Hillary's death.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Amaro, what's the defense argument?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, the concern is, I think that Dr. Oleske made an effort to come up with the diagnosis. I'm very concerned, and I think you now have testimony before you, both from her testimony and from Dr. Burghardt, that this differential diagnosis is concerning. it is not as much of a diagnosis of this did it, as she said, is a diagnosis that she was alive, she had some lidocaine, and she's passed, so it has to be the lidocaine. And then I think she sort of buttressed that opinion. I mean, if you really look at her testimony, she thinks that Dr. Brown diagnosed it first. As absurd as that sounds in the cold light of day a year and a half later, what Dr. Brown said to the ER was, look at everything. She had lidocaine. And that sort of became the foundation, and that foundation being buttressed by the fact that and I'm serious, one who worked there for 4 years thinks that he pulled up a syringe full of pure lidocaine and stuck it in a vein somewhere. And I think Dr. Oleske got caught up in what was obviously improper and non-reliable testimony. Now, that's not to say, she looked at it, but if we're looking at Daubert and whether or not this doctor can come in and say lidocaine toxicity, we are at the edge, at the very least, at the edge of a medical examiner's field of expertise. That's why you should bring in a toxicologist. That's why the state should have a toxicologist to come in and say lidocaine toxicity. And the reason why there's not one, and the reason why she shouldn't be allowed to testify to it, is there's not going to be a toxicologist in the country to say, looking at these facts of the case and the blood work that we have available to us, that there was a toxic level of lidocaine. I know that's jury closing argument stuff, but for the purpose of whether or not this witness is capable, should be given the authority, the power to testify and say, I think it's lidocaine toxicity, we really have to look at what Daubert is there for. Did she have a good method? No, I think that was well attacked by Dr. Borgert because it was a method, but the method seems to be this woman passed, a doctor said maybe, I'm looking at it and I don't see another reason. But did she apply it to the facts of the case? Because that's what Daubert tells us. You have to have a method. You have to use proper principles and apply it to the facts of the case. Ignoring an extraordinarily significant fact is her failure. She couldn't fit in the 3-4. It did not comport with what she had already decided. Matter of fact, she didn't even know it was there until the first deposition at DOH. And then when she knew it was there, she bustled around and come up with an explanation that testified to a certain extent by her, but also by Dr. Borgert, doesn't make any sense. And I'm not saying, again, just pure cross-examination. You have to decide as a gatekeeper of sorts whether or not you're going to let her say to a jury, lidocaine toxicity killed this woman, complications therefrom. And you have to look literally at the facts of the case and how much of those that she ignored. What was her methodology? You did hear good, proper testimony, unattacked testimony, that this is the way you do this. When you look at lidocaine toxicity, if you're not a toxicologist, go get one. Don't just talk to Dr. Goldberger over the phone, who said, I didn't even tell him, lidocaine toxicity. It was I almost felt like saying thank you to Dr. Goldberger for giving such an improper diagnosis or opinion without any other facts, because it's as worthless as I'm telling you that I think Dr. Oleske's testimony is, because it wasn't well-founded in a method. Had she said to us through the testimony, I was trying to figure this out. And here's what I figured out. Was it just the tumescent and a horrible accident? Maybe, but she didn't even look at that. She didn't even consider scenario 1, right? Because she didn't testify to it. Nope. It had to be, literally, she had a seizure, therefore she was poisoned by lidocaine. It's the tautology. It's like, well, it happened, so it has to happen. The problem with it is that it's not scientifically based. And if she's going to be able to give her opinion to 6 people who are going to listen and try and figure out what happened here, it's got to be well-founded in method. No 3 scenarios. And he didn't just make that up because it's something she didn't do. It makes perfect sense. The method is, look at the possibilities. Tumescent, what would you have? Ignore the 3-4 for a minute. Tumescent, what would you have? Venal, injection, what would you have? A high dose tumescent, what would you have? Venal introduction, what would you have? And it was looked at by the doctor. Again, he can't say fully what the results were, but his testimony was that she failed to do that method. She failed to do anything that would give scientific reliability to her outcome. Then when you inject into the analysis the 3-4, that's a fact that not only can it not be denied that it existed, but it contraindicates her very opinion. I really don't know what caused Hillary Brown's death, but neither does she. Because the 3-4, undeniable under any of those three scenarios, does not suggest toxicity. It just can't. So if it doesn't, then her method has to be flawed. If she came in and said, I considered all of this, maybe. But she came in, had a diagnosis that she calls clinical, which sort of means it's differential. Nothing else, no hole in the heart, nothing like that. So lidocaine is the best suspect that I can come up with. And if she had a 5.7, a 10.2, we would know. Her testimony, her evidence, and her opinion is supported by the facts. It's contradicted by the fact that all she does is ignore. And I say that I keep relying on that or focusing on that because it is relevant to whether or not her methodology is appropriate, because had it been appropriate, had the principles been precise, and the methodology or the method she used applied the principles to the facts, she would not, in my opinion, she would not and could not have come up with a diagnosis of lidocaine toxicity because it doesn't match the facts. And more importantly, it doesn't match the facts with the science, as Dr. Burgert has now presented, because the science says the opposite. Under no scenario, his testimony, under no scenario could you have a toxic level at time of event and it be at a 3-4, 3 hours after event, 3 hours, 20 minutes after event. Science doesn't allow for it. And she had no answer to that. It was just, well, it's half-life. No, you heard him testify about half-life. That's not half-life. And he testified very briefly. Half-life is delayed with a body in crisis. Half-life is delayed with a high dosage. So if, in fact, you start with the premise, false as it might be, if, in fact, you start with the premise of high dosage, it would slow it down, the 3-4 would be higher. Not lower, not delayed. The science that has been presented to this court today is undeniable that there is a delay in lidocaine flushing through the system, such that unassailed testimony, 6 to 20 hours, I think Dr. Burgert may have said 8 to 12, I'm not really sure if he said that, use hers, 6 to 20 hours delayed. Well, 3.5 hours, it's not even there yet. So if as a 3-4, it has to have been lower at the time of the event, which means it couldn't have had an impact on death or the seizure that led to the cardiac arrest that led to the death. It's just not a reliable application of any method to the facts because the facts don't support it. And the idea that she just says, I tried and I talked to people and it just fits, maybe to start with because he said it, is not scientifically founded. We get some insight from the Hawkins versus State case. Because in that case, a doctor came in and said, what happened was they had, I've never heard of this, have a pump party. I can't believe people do this, but you go to some guy's house and they pump you full of silicone. In your butt, I guess, or wherever, I don't know, but they did that. And a woman died because she had a silicone embolism. And the medical examiner came in and said, oh, she died from that. Not bad. Stick somebody full of silicone and they die. Silicone seems to be a pretty good indicator. Hawkins, which I'll present to you in a second, says a medical examiner is not qualified because you do not get them qualified, state, in the delivery system of silicone. You're a doctor, you're a medical examiner, but you did not get qualified. You could not get qualified because you did not have the requisite foundation for coming in and saying to this jury, the silicone embolism killed her because it got into her bloodstream. And it was a good decision, and I invite you obviously to read it and consider it, because they just said, sorry, this is nothing to do with fault or guilt or anything. This is to do with whether or not that testimony should have properly gotten before a jury. And they said, you didn't qualify that doctor as a person to come in and say, I'm qualified in what happens when silicone enters fat or body. And he couldn't because he wasn't qualified to do it because it is more in the toxicology universe, and he wasn't. This is precisely, I think, almost on all fours in a certain sense what we have here, because Hawkins tells us literally, sorry, but it's well-founded, not just because I think it supports my position, because it references a number of cases and does a good analysis of Daubert, but more importantly, how a person can be qualified as an expert in a particular area and how you have to do it properly because of the jury relying on it. And Hawkins tells us that it's the only case really out there that's close to being on point. There aren't a lot. I know the case where the lady was found tied up. Yeah, differentials are okay. I'm not saying she picked it out of a group, so therefore it's failed. It's an okay way to do it. It's not per se improper, but it really needs to be supported by the facts. And here's the harsh reality that I think you can consider in determining whether or not her methodology is sufficient enough in its application to the facts to do what's going to happen, which is for those 6 people to really rely on her, because you don't know a lot about the case yet. We haven't had a lot of pretrial hearings and things like that. But there is scant evidence that supports lidocaine toxicity at all. You're not going to find, the jury's not going to hear about needles all over the place and things like that. What they're going to hear is a little bit of what you heard here today, which is, yes, I was doing procedures here, there, and over here, and I did lidocaine, she was fine, I did lidocaine, she did fine, I did lidocaine up here, and something happened. And you're going to hear, I guess, some assistant say, yeah, he needed more, we gave him more, and had to put more in, and maybe I didn't see him mix them, whatever. I'm not saying that for any other purpose, but her testimony that you might allow is going to be extraordinarily significant to that jury, because there's not a lot of corroborative evidence, virtually none. I'm not trying to say the state. There is no medical evidence to support it. There's not a lot of corroborative evidence. There's no admission evidence, like anything like that the doctor said or did, other than try to save his wife. So because it is going to be given priority, a significance, because it's all that's there from the state's case for the most part, we need to, I think, be even more cautious, which is what Hawkins says. We need to be even more cautious because juries rely on experts. They love them. You know that. And because of that, we have to be even more cautious and critical. And in this case, she tried. She just didn't try hard enough or good enough. And because of that, she did make a mistake. And she relied on a mistake because once she made that decision, she ignored other evidence, including a lab test that nobody else can ignore, and that supports the opposite. So realizing that, I know it's a unique position for a medical examiner, but she can't testify to toxicology. It's at the edge of her abilities, even if she qualifies herself within it. She didn't hear. And the pharmacokinetics of lidocaine in the system was completely lost on her by her testimony and her failure to properly acknowledge it. And because of that, she has disqualified herself as an expert in the area of toxicology, which is what she's going to say if you let her say cause of death was lidocaine toxicity. And I think that you should exclude her as a witness. Thanks.
Thanks.
May I approach to give you a copy of?
I have it. Thank you.
I thought you did, just want to make sure.
I'm sorry, just for clarity, I believe the motion was to exclude her testimony as to toxicology and lidocaine, not exclude her as a witness, correct?
That's correct, because she can't say those words. I think that she would still have a place in the trial.
Thanks, sir.
I was offering to make sure we have it.
Having considered the testimony here today, I'm going to start with section 90.702, which is testimony by experts, is the codification of the Daubert standard. Just a preliminary matter, this is a situation where scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact. These are very complicated issues. Experts are required. And so that portion of the statute is satisfied. And then as far as whether Dr. Oleske is qualified by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, certainly she listed her qualifications here. She is our chief medical examiner, has been for several years. She has the requisite schooling. I think it was 13 years, if I remember correctly, of training to be a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist. She's also conducted over 2,000 post-mortem examinations. And so as a general matter, and I think the defense would even concede this, she is qualified to testify regarding cause and manner of death. The defense argument, though, is she can't make the ultimate conclusion in this case because she's not a toxicologist and she did not reliably come to her conclusion. But in general, I think they would agree she can talk about cause and manner of death in most cases. So in this case, she can testify in the form of an opinion if three things are present. Number one, the testimony is based upon sufficient facts or data. Number two, the testimony is the product of reliable principles and methods. And number three, the witness has applied the principles and methods reliably to the facts of the case. There are several opinions that I read before coming into court today just to make sure that I had the proper framework in mind as I was listening to the testimony. One is Williams versus Leesburg Regional Medical Center, Inc., 430 Southern 3rd 961, out of the 5th DCA in 2026. This stands for several propositions, but I liked it just because it kind of gave the overview that the proponent bears the burden of establishing the admissibility. Also talks about first determining whether the individual qualifies as an expert, and then what is being determined in terms of reliability. I quoted this opinion earlier when I was making a ruling to allow the defense expert to testify, that reliability is determined by examining the expert's underlying methodology rather than his or her ultimate opinion, and there were non-exhaustive factors that I quoted earlier. I also think this case is important because it sets forth the careful balance required by the trial court's gatekeeping role. On one hand, the court must ensure expert testimony employs in the courtroom the same level of intellectual rigor that characterizes the practice of an expert in the relevant field. On the other hand, it must allow the adversarial system to address any shakiness in otherwise admissible testimony. Exclusion of the testimony is the exception rather than the rule. Nothing prevents a trial court, however, from excluding expert testimony when there is simply too great an analytical gap between the data and the opinion proffered. The state mentioned the Huck case, which is one of the cases I read. I think I first came across it in Cardona versus State, 299 Southern 3rd, 1142, out of the 3rd DCA in 2020, where it says a medical examiner may even render a cause of death opinion that was reached by a process of elimination of other possible causes. And there's a citation to Huck. Huck itself is at 881 Southern 2nd, 1137, out of the 5th DCA in 2004. So a somewhat older opinion, but was quoted as recently, or cited as recently as 2020. And that case says that a medical expert may properly render an opinion as to cause of death by process of elimination. In that case, the medical examiner testified about the internal examination of the victim's brain, heart, and abdominal areas, and he observed no evidence of any disease or condition that would support a medical cause of death. There were specific medical causes that were mentioned on cross-examination. The medical examiner conceded that such causes undetectable by autopsy were possible but not likely, given the victim's age, health, and lack of medical history. I'll go into the facts of this case in a moment, but certainly we know in this case Dr. Oleske was not able to analyze every organ because the victim was an organ donor, but there were areas she was able to analyze. And she also mentioned that there are other possibilities, although she said unlikely, due to various things she testified about. And so in the Huck case, you had a qualified pathologist conducting a thorough autopsy and by process of elimination concluded, based on a reasonable medical certainty, that the deceased died from suffocation or strangulation. The expert found no evidence of disease, trauma to the body, obstruction to the throat, drugs, insect, or snake bites. And so that sounds very similar to what we've heard here today. This case says a medical witness may reach a conclusion by the process of elimination through excluding natural causes of death. This process of elimination will not render the witness's conclusion inadmissible, but merely affects the weight to be given his testimony, which must be determined by the jury. Now, that is actually all a quote from the Early case out of the 3rd DCA in 1978. The Huck court was quoting the Early court. And so the Huck court ultimately determined that there is nothing inherently wrong with coming to a conclusion by use of the process of elimination. There was no error in the trial court's determination to allow the medical examiner to testify on that basis. And it says the weight to be given to such testimony and its believability are for the jury to decide. Another case that I looked at before coming in here today is the one referenced by the defense, Hawkins versus State, 933 Southern 2nd, 1186, out of the 4th DCA of 2006. I do note this is under the Fry standard, not the Daubert standard, but I do still think it's worth considering seeing how it applies or doesn't apply to this case. The medical examiner in that case had conducted thousands of autopsies, similar to Dr. Oleske, but had never conducted one where the cause of death was systemic silicone embolism. That medical examiner also conceded she was not an expert regarding the mechanism or speed that silicone migrates through the body. That expert also did not review any literature regarding the effects of silicone on the body prior to drafting the autopsy report. At trial, the medical examiner could point to nothing to support the conclusion that an injection of liquid silicone could migrate through the vascular system as quickly as would have been necessary for the silicone injection to have caused the decedent's death. So in that list of shortcomings of that expert, I think there are some that could be lodged against Dr. Oleske, and there are some that cannot. Dr. Oleske conceded she is not a toxicologist. She did, however, review literature regarding the use of lidocaine in various cosmetic procedures, how things can go wrong. She not only reviewed a textbook, but other sources. She also went to a seminar, talked to this person, the doctor who gave the seminar afterwards. She consulted a neuropathologist. She consulted toxicologists. That's a far cry from the medical examiner in Hawkins, who didn't read any literature regarding the effects of silicone on the body. As far as that medical examiner not being able to point to anything about how the injection of liquid silicone could migrate so quickly, I think that's where, Dr. Oleske's use of the phrase clinical diagnosis that frustrated the defense. She at one point testified that when she's talking about a clinical diagnosis, she's talking about a constellation of symptoms that are observed, not necessarily based on just a blood level. And so her testimony was that there was a constellation of symptoms that does support that this death was the result of complications from lidocaine toxicity. Some of the ones that she mentioned, just off the top of my head: vision changes, seeing orange, I think, blurriness, muscle twitching, restlessness, seizure. And so she is able to point to something to support her conclusion. Now, I recognize the defense expert disagrees with it, but it's not that Dr. Oleske has nothing to point to. So I don't think that this is as on all fours with Hawkins as the defense would argue. And with that, I'm going to turn to the testimony. And again, it was a very long hearing, absent our break and starting a few minutes after 9. I don't recall how long the Nelson hearing took, but we've been going at this since a little after 9 this morning. It's now after 1:30, so I will do my best to summarize the testimony. As far as whether the testimony was based on sufficient facts or data, Dr. Oleske testified to the various things that she reviewed. She reviewed every medical record, every source of medical records, from Dr. Brown's own clinic, to the ER, to Sacred Heart, to EMS. She reviewed the witness statements. She also, on the data side of things, did her own research and talked to toxicologists and different people. So she had certainly a large amount of facts and data from which she was drawing. She also took some samples of various body parts to be sent off. She did acknowledge she couldn't send all of them off because of Miss Brown being an organ donor. But she did send off some samples that she could. I think she had tissue samples from the brain, the thyroid, the ovary, and the spleen. She asked about biopsy of the organs before they were harvested, but was told why that was not a good idea, and that the surgeons determined the organs were grossly normal, and so they didn't do any microscopic examinations. So there was a lot of data. Certainly there's been a lot made today about the 3.4 blood result. Toxicology is certainly a field for medical examiners to consider, but it is not the only field. I think Dr. Oleske was very candid that she is not a toxicologist. Dr. Borgert was very candid. He is not a medical examiner. Toxicology is a field that is relied upon by medical examiners, but it is not the only field. As far as whether Dr. Oleske's testimony was the product of reliable principles and methods, case law talks about how the process of elimination is valid, ruling out these various things. As to whether she reliably, ruled out these other possible causes, let me set aside complications from lidocaine toxicity. Let's talk about other things it could have been. Let me get to my notes on that. She determined it was not a pulmonary fat emboli. It was not an infection. As best she can tell, it was not a congenital cardiac issue. Again, she couldn't examine the heart, but she did go so far as to find out, okay, the person who got her heart, are they okay? Are they still alive? Are they having any problems? And apparently 6 months after the transplant, everybody who received Mrs. Brown's organs were fine. She said it was not a benzodiazepine overdose. There were no seizure foci in the brain. She even had a neuropathologist look at that. She considered the patient's previous syncopal events. She considered all of these different possible causes and ruled them out. It's not like she just said, lidocaine was given, she had a seizure, she died, therefore that's what it is. She went very far beyond that, ruling out all these other possible causes of death. She also noted that there were no injuries to the major vascular system, there were no perforation sites. At every turn, she was looking at what are other possible causes. Again, she conducted significant research into lidocaine toxicity, complications from those surgical procedures. She looked at the different ways that the lidocaine can be administered, either through a tumescent solution or what she described as subcutaneous injection. She did testify that the rule-out method is common for medical examiners, and we know from case law that it is. I think it was on cross where she said that Mrs. Brown was 33 years old at the time of her death. There was no indication of significant disease, no evidence of infection, no evidence of stroke, and apparently the clinicians who were evaluating her in the hospital also did not see any indications of stroke. No serious trauma or injuries, no evidence of punctures from snakes or venomous creatures, no evidence of an airway compromise, and she did a detailed exam of the neck structures, ruled out manual strangulation. And so there was no other structural reason or cause for the seizure and the cardiac event than what she came back to as, in her view, is the cause of death, complications from lidocaine toxicity. As far as the research that she mentioned, I think I've already gone over that. It was the basalt textbook. It was the anesthesiology book. It was surgical procedures literature. It was Dr. Susan Eli and Dr. Gill, their book. It was a lecture by Dr. Eli. She called Dr. Eli. She spoke with Dr. Goldberger. She spoke with another toxicologist. And so she is not just making a conclusion blindly and just sticking with it and ignoring everything else. I recognize that Dr. Borgert comes to a different conclusion. He believes that she should have broken it out into the different scenarios more than she did. She said that she considered various scenarios and compared, how would it be different. Sounds like Dr. Borgert thinks she should have gone further and she should have been more meticulous in breaking out the scenarios and then to see, especially is that 3.4 even possible. At the end of the day, I believe that the testimony here today has established that Dr. Oleske had sufficient facts and data. Her principles and methods of how she came to her conclusion are reliable, and she reliably applied those principles and methods. It will be up to the jury to decide which of the two experts to believe. One other thing I wanted to mention, there was a lot about questions of Dr. Oleske and of Dr. Borgert. Was there anything in the records about administering undiluted lidocaine? And the answer is no. Well, I wouldn't expect there to be, because 3 scenarios that I can think of that are unique to when the defendant, the husband of the decedent, is the operating physician. I think there are 3 possible scenarios. One is that he, in fact, did not improperly administer anything. That is possible. Another possibility is he accidentally administered something incorrectly and didn't realize it, to where he truly believes he administered it correctly, so the medical records would reflect he administered it correctly. Or we have to consider the fact these records, although medical records, I don't know that they are clothed with the same reliability as medical records by doctors who are not also the defendant. So there is the third possibility that he realized his mistake but didn't document in the medical records. I don't know which possibility is correct, but I have identified 3 scenarios that are possible. Dr. Borgert seemed to be more believing of the medical records, specifically the ones from Dr. Brown. But I can't ignore the fact that the defendant is the one who wrote them. And so, to some extent, they are self-serving. So, all that, I find that the motion should be denied. The jury should be allowed to hear Dr. Oleske's explanation as to what she did and the conclusion she reached, just as the jury should be allowed to hear from the defense perspective why they think that this conclusion is incorrect. I think this is an issue of weight, not admissibility, and that it's appropriate for the jury to resolve. So respectfully, Mr. Romero, I'm going to deny the motion.
Yes, Your Honor. Is the court going to issue a written order? You want me to draft one, or how do you want to handle it?
I will enter a written order just memorializing the ruling, but I've stated on the record
Yes.
my detailed reasoning, and so I'll just cite, today we had this hearing, I heard this testimony, and for the reasons announced on the record, the motion is denied. I'll file the exhibits with the clerk. We need to set a next court date. There's nothing past today. This trial is slated for the week of August 17th. Mr. Alderman, from the state's perspective, are we still on track to meet that trial week?
In all candor, Judge, after this motion was filed, we have reached out to a toxicologist to have them review and provide an opinion. I do not have that opinion yet.
Okay. Mr. O'Mara, from the defense perspective, are we on track for the August 17th trial week?
Not if we're going to have another expert. So quite honestly, if the state's going to present a toxicologist, that will probably delay everything because we will want to hear about it, see a report, depose. Probably we will be bringing in, Dr. Berger may have a place in the trial, but another toxicologist more specific to the issues. I think he was good at procedures and whatnot. So we may be doing the same.
Okay. So it sounds like the week of August 17th is not realistic given
Correct.
a potential new expert witness, which could result in a new defense witness. Obviously, their depositions will need to be taken, and then each side can consider whether Daubert motions are needed for either one of those individuals. So why don't we go ahead and continue this to the next cycle, since we know the August trial is not possible. The next docket day would be October 27th. What's the state's position on that?
I think that's probably reasonable. Hopefully, I think, before then we should have an answer and listed a witness, and that would give him time to review everything.
And to be clear, October 27th, I would think, is just a status date, given the witnesses that'll be involved in this trial. We probably need to pick a trial date fairly far in advance, which if the sides are comfortable, I don't mind going ahead and saying the week of November 16th, which is the trial week for the October 27th date. But I need to make sure both sides think that's reasonable. So, Mr. Alderman, as far as us gearing up for the November trial week with the October docket day, what's the state's position?
I don't know if I'd say reasonable. I'd say possible. As the court is well aware of these, the experts on both sides take time to review, and then, for us to review that information to conduct a intelligent or somewhat intelligent deposition. So I think we can sort of earmark that date, but I would say it's probably ambitious.
Okay. Mr. Amaro, what are your thoughts?
I am not in the country on the week of the 16th. It's the only time I'm taking off. So if I could, I'd like to still do that.
Okay.
And is that a division trial week, or is that a special trial week?
It's a division trial week.
Division A?
Yes, sir. All right. An added wrinkle in this is I'll be rotating out of Division A criminal come January. And so we will need to discuss whether this case should stay with me, even though I'm no longer in the division. I would need to find out if Judge Stevens would even be able to handle this case, or whether he would have to recuse. He's the person who will be taking over Division A.
Judge, I can tell you that right now, because I was actually out on paternity leave. Judge Stevens actually signed the information.
Okay, well then that answers that. So this case will stay with me even once I rotate.
I'm getting a feeling that Judge Stevens used to be a prosecutor.
He did. He was the prosecutor and supervisor of the Milton State Attorney's
I
Office.
wasn't aware, sorry. But if he signed the information, he probably...
He signed the information.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Well then, why don't we set this for October 27th, and everybody can just update me where we are on that date.
Yes, Your Honor.
That'd be great.
That will be October 27th at 1:30.
Yes, Your Honor. Thanks for the time and the additional time today.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.